All right, welcome. Call to order the City Council regular meeting agenda for Monday, February the 12th, 2024 at 6:33 p.m. In just a moment, I'm going to ask everyone to rise as Councilmember Cade will lead in our invocation, followed by Member Patel with the pledges to both of our flags. And as we rise, I'd like to just take a moment of silence for a past council member who passed away this last week, Larry Marcotte. Services for him were this last Friday. He served our city for a couple of terms and was a great citizen in our community. So if you would all rise, let's observe that moment of silence followed by Member Cade.
Heavenly Father, I pray for your goodness and love um, to surround everyone here this evening. Thank you for the police and fire departments in our city. Please be with them, keep them safe as they protect and serve our city. Thank you for our city staff and every resident that's in chambers tonight. I also thank you for this council. Thank you for our mayor. Be with us tonight, guide our decisions. Let them be made for the good of our city and also in your will. Be with us all. We have elections coming up. We have big things coming up. We have our council retreat coming up. Please guide us, be with us. Let us make good decisions. Let us serve with unity and with pride, and let us all remember who we serve first. We pray in your precious name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
All right, thank you for that. Thank you for that moment of silence. Larry was a good guy, and he will be missed by all. So with that, we will move forward in our agenda. Roll call and certification of quorum. Madam Secretary, I'll certify that we have a quorum present as all members are present with the exceptions of Member Hernandez and Mr. Thuman. Both will be absent for the remainder of this meeting. With that, we'll move to citizens' comments. We did receive several requests to speak. Some were to a specific agenda item. If you listed that specific agenda item, we will call your name out when we get to that agenda item so we can actually address those concerns directly with that item. Otherwise, I think several were just general comments. Mayor Pro Tem will call your name. The back podium is where our citizens go to speak, right there. So you're speaking to the whole crowd, not just us. We appreciate each and every one of you for coming tonight. Give us your name and your address. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. You'll see the clock appear on the screens to the left and right. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. When I call your name, if you'd make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak, and thank you very much for coming out. First up this evening is David Lee. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. My name is David Lee. I live at 2504 Longwood Drive, and I have been here before. Mayor, I told you that I promised you that I would come back and give you updates, and so here I am to give you another update. How many of you have recently driven down Longwood Drive in the past 30 days? Maybe we should rename Longwood Drive Longwood Bypass. A lot of drivers cut through there to bypass the light at Broadway and Dixie Farm Road. Maybe we rename it to the Lakes of Longwood. I have pictures to back that up. Let's get serious. Please be careful driving down Longwood because the pavement has split and separated about 4 inches vertically. I've watched the school bus stop and wait for oncoming traffic to pass before proceeding around this hazard. I wrote to Mr. Wingate regarding this issue and also sent photographs and specifically asked him, I could go ahead and read to you what I wrote to him just very briefly. So I wrote to Mr. Wingate on the 28th and asked, can you please tell me what the plans are, if any, for the city has to permanently repair Longwood Drive? Right now, I think there are about 4 layers, maybe 5 layers of asphalt on that street. I think you have plans to put another layer on it. The city is not going to maintain these culvert pipes that are on that street, and that's part of the problem with that street is the runoff, and that street is actually flowing into part of that street. There needs to be a long-term plan, not a patch year after year after year. Again, my question to the engineering department is, please, what are your plans? And he wrote back a very fluffy response to me, and I'll read that to you. He said, the Longwood Park Road ditch culvert project is included in the CIP as drainage improvement project with the intent to improve drainage conveyance within the stormwater collection system by regrading ditches and removing and replacing existing culverts with larger diameter culverts. The project also includes mill and overlay existing asphalt pavement within the project limits. You keep doing this every year. Every year. You know, it's every year you're going to come out and have to do it all over again. So why is all this happening? Mr. Mayor, I came out here last year, I think it was September of last year, and presented these same issues. And I got a very fluffy response from your, I believe it's Megan Flowers Phillips, Chief of Staff. And I'm not going to read the entire response, but one of the bullet points says that it is advised that property owners fill the low-lying areas in the backyards and direct the flow towards the front. We're talking about water drainage here, via drainage swale or storm drain system to the front of the property to help alleviate nuisance ponding in the backyards. Mr. Mayor, you have a city ordinance, 532-9. I think it's section B, paragraph 12, enforcing the city's no adverse impact floodplain management requirements prohibiting the action of one property owner from adversely impacting the rights of other property owners as measured by increased flood peaks, flood stage, flood velocity, erosion, and sedimentation. So advising us to fill in the low areas of our yard is actually causing water to go onto other people's yards. That's a violation of this own city ordinance. I'm not sure why you would send an email telling my neighbors to do that. And I have seen neighbors bring in as many as 5 dump truckloads of dirt into their backyards. And that is why our flooding is getting worse. You've advised us to move that water somewhere else. Pretty soon it's going to be moving into our homes. My home's not in
Mr. Lee,
a flood zone.
are you close to wrapping up?
Yes, I am.
All right.
Sorry.
Thank you for that.
Home's not in a flood zone.
Yeah.
And neither are my neighbors who have been flooded. And that's why it's happening. So I'd like to have discussions with the city engineering department because their plan, I don't think, is a long-term plan. We need to look outside of Longwood and discover why.
Again, are you wrapping up your comments?
I am.
Raj, are you here? And Lorenzo, are you here tonight? I see Lorenzo here. Can you establish contact, not just contacts that we've had? Let's set a full meeting with Mr. Lee to discuss those long-term plans, which part of it is the drainage plan that was approved by the voters last May, and which will have some road improvements coming after it. So if y'all would establish that, set a meeting, I'd be happy to join that meeting when you get it established. All right, thank you.
Next up will be John Williams. If you'd make your way to the podium. We'll give you 3 minutes. State your name and you can take it down to the city secretary.
All right, wonderful. That's fine. We'll share.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is John Williams. Those maps there, the reason I printed them up is because so you'll be familiar with the area that I'm speaking about. On those maps, you can see there's a dot where my house actually is, and there's a dot right behind it, which is Clear Creek Trailhead. It's a new trail, a hike and bike trail that goes back over here off of Pearland Parkway, right in the curve. We have two issues going on back here that I think the city created unintentionally, but nonetheless they're there. I noticed most parks in the city seem to have a opening and closing time. That park right there, the parking lot sits directly behind my next door neighbor. And there's a little pavilion attached to the parking lot that sits right directly behind our house. All of our bedrooms on that side of the street are facing that area. We have people coming and going like literally all hours of the night. Anywhere from, it doesn't stop. It's all hours. And quite frankly, over the last couple of years since that's been in there, it's just getting worse. And I can tell you because I get out there and look, we hear it every night. I've called the police several different times to ask them to come down and basically run the people off. People come back there and they just sit, I guess because it's open, they just sit with their cars running and their loud exhaust, and it keeps us awake and it wakes us up. And then there's the ones that sit back there with their music just blaring and booming. And I'm not just speaking for just me. Actually, I've talked to a number of my neighbors up and down the street back there. I'm sure it probably only affects the ones on our side of the street, I think. But it definitely affects us. I'm wondering, I guess my point is, I see the other parks have little concrete pylons or something with a chain where they can attach a chain and close the park at 8 or 9 or something like that. Would that be unreasonable to ask the city to do that? There is another issue as well, and I don't know, it looks better today because the wind blew it all away, but it doesn't look like it's being maintained back there. It looked like a garbage dump. There's trash from one end from the street all the way down to the creek. There's just trash strewn everywhere. It looks horrible. It does look better today. I think the wind blew it away last night. A lot of it. Anyway, just in summation, I'm just hoping maybe the city can, is there a chance the city can put pylons up and a chain and open, close the park at a reasonable hour? Reasonable?
Mr. Williams, because it's not on the agenda, we can't dialogue back and forth. We can't have dialogue here over that. We'd be in an illegal meeting situation if we did that. Certainly, I don't know if that falls under your purview with the parks and our trails, if we could establish some communication there, we'll get back to Mr. Williams. I don't think your request is unreasonable. I think certainly we need to be careful, obviously, who's in there at night. That park it's not lit or anything like that down along the trail. So I think it's with merit that you've got some comments there. So I thank you for coming out tonight.
Well, for one other thing real quick, for what it's worth, there's a lot more going on back there during the night than what I'm telling you right here.
Right.
Just so you know.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming out. Next up will be Mike Getz. If you'd make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak.
Name is Mike Getz, 2505 Green Tea Drive. I own a company called Century Road Solutions, and I have a patented process that will fix every pothole road in this city, and it'll last 100 years. It's proven. It's the real thing. I've met with the mayor. He saw it. He liked it. We can build it cheaper, faster, and it lasts longer. So what I'd like to do is, I've talked to the engineering department, but I see that there's some money coming available since we can build roads cheaper. Mayor, you brought it up. If you got 2 million to spend and we can build 2.2 million for the same 2 million, plus our maintenance, y'all's maintenance, you just heard a while ago, every year, more asphalt, more asphalt. Band-Aids don't work. Solve the problem. It's the aggregate. The water comes, the pressure comes, the aggregate goes away. I have a GeoCell cylinder product that the aggregate stays in, the pressure goes over it, it doesn't move. Proof of it is I have built a road 14 years ago in West Virginia, a coal mining road that has 80,000 pound trucks, 400 a day going over it, and they were repairing it weekly. I came in 6 days, it was a mile road, put in my process in 6 days, 14 years ago, and I went up there last May, and there's still not one crack, not one hole, nothing. Perfect. Just dirty because of the tires. So I have one in Texas. I have them all over the country. So I just think that we need to visit a little bit longer at a different time, and let's get Pearland. I'm speaking on behalf of a citizen of Pearland tonight. I've been a citizen here since 1980. Let's fix the roads, and we won't have these discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you very much. Next up will be Clint Byram. If you'd make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes. Thank you very much for coming out this evening.
My name's Clint Byram, 3904 Conroe Lake Court. Seems like roads are the agenda item of the evening, so I'll be brief. One of the realities we face here in Pearland is the fact that we do have an aging infrastructure to our city. I'm aware that city's taken many steps over the past few years to address this, and I do recognize that many priorities have already been put in motion. Some have been funded, such as the drainage updates that we've seen. I also understand these things take time, money, and manpower, but there's only so much time, money, and manpower available. As a citizen of Pearland, I'm grateful for council and staff to have been intentional in planning for the needs of our city and having developed short and long-term plans to address those needs. However, sometimes those needs change, and many people have spoken to that changing need. The drought situation that we got hammered with made problems we knew we had much, much worse. And that's just reality that we ran into. You didn't plan for it, and I get you didn't plan for it. So I'm simply here this evening to encourage City Council and staff to relook at our budget, relook at our funding, and relook at our priorities to say, we've run into a problem we didn't anticipate, so let's make some shifts and make some adjustments. So, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next up is Catherine Henning. If you'd make your way to the podium, state your name and address, we'll give you 3 minutes. Thank you very much for coming out this evening.
Good evening. I'm Catherine Henning, and my address is 10110 Lambrook Lane. And I want to tell you that I appreciate the opportunity to come to address it, and it's several issues, including the potholes. I've been a proud resident of Pearland for 18 years, and I do appreciate what the mayor and the councilman and our people do to make this a safe and enjoyable community. The reason I'm coming tonight is because I've called for several years now to report potholes in the water in the ditches along Broadway. I was told by somebody in the engineering department that when they put in Sunrise Lakes, they didn't put in the drainage well. And, you know, this is how Meyerland got started in Houston. They had the flooding, and then it got just worse. And that's what I would really like to address. I am a healthcare professional, and my concern of all this water in the ditches is, you know, we could, you know, have parasites and things like that. So I do want to say that the potholes, I've called a report, and there's a very nice young lady, Brittany. She'll tell me, I know, you put it in there, and then she'll say, it's not the city of Pearland, it's to the DOT. And there's one on the corner of that Chase Bank on Broadway, on, I think it's Country Road, and they fixed it, and it's been about 4 to 6 months later, it's again. I live on the corner where you turn in by Home Depot on Wooten Road. That one has been there at least 6 months. I went to take a picture, but it was it was too dangerous to do so. It's probably at least a foot deep. I've been calling for months for that. And I realized, and she said that, y'all have a list you work off, but, I just think it's a disgrace to hear. And we have a wonderful community we live in. So I'd appreciate those being addressed. And I think this gentleman's here that says that he has a product that we can do to not just put a Band-Aid on it, but for the years that I've been calling, that's what it seems like it's happening. So I thank y'all for all you do, and hopefully we can get this addressed before it becomes worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes citizen comments.
Making my notes with Ms. Henning. Thank you, Ms. Henning, for your comments tonight and for being here. As all comments, we do appreciate it, and we will be addressing some of our issues with roads and the like later in our agenda. So please stick around for that discussion. Moving on in our agenda is public hearing number 1. This is a public hearing adoption of the NFPA 70 National Electrical Code 2023 edition. With that, who's the staff report that's going to, staff report as lead off. Vance, you going to take it?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. Mayor Cole, members of council. So just a brief presentation on the NFPA 70, the 2023 edition of the NEC. A lot of this is going to be very similar to what we heard recently for the I-code adoption, but wanted to go ahead and have an actual presentation for it. So just a few highlights here. Every 3 years, these codes do get updated. It is a very democratic process that involves both the public and private sectors, city staff or local municipal staff, industry professionals, material providers, all come together and collaborate on the way to update codes. FEMA estimates that on average, these codes can be incorporated into builds for about 1 to 7% of construction cost. All 50 states use the National Electric Code to protect communities. And then specifically for this year model, the recommendation is for 2023, and that's because the state of Texas recently adopted that in September of 23 as the state standard. And so electricians are licensed through TDLR, that's the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulations. And so with them moving to that, you'll see on the next slide, communities in this region were all moving to the 23 NEC. So on average, FEMA estimates that modern codes could help communities avoid 132 to 171 billion in cumulative losses from natural disasters. The city of Pearland has used model codes for over 20 years to help us become the community of choice. And finally, staff proposes that the updated NEC go into effect in line with the recently adopted 2021 I-codes. That adoption was done towards the end of January, and we wrote in there for it to go into effect 60 days from January 22nd, so that would put it at March 22nd for adoption. So just some of the communities in this area, you'll see already, City of Houston got adopted the 2023 NEC in January. Friendswood's on the 2017, and at this moment doesn't have a plan to update. Sugarland 2023 NEC is of January, and then Baytown and Pasadena are both on the 23 as well. Local amendments, there are no existing or proposed local amendments to the 2023 or to the National Electric Code. We've not had any in recent years and do not propose any today. And next steps. So following tonight's public hearing and the first reading, this item is proposed to have its second and final reading February 26th during the regularly scheduled City Council meeting. With that, Mayor, I will bounce it back to you.
All right, thank you for that. And when we adopt new codes, they have to go through this public hearing process. So thank you, Vance, for that. We will open it up for the public hearing side of things. If those wishing to offer comment on this electrical code can go to the podium, give us your name and address. You have 3 minutes to speak. Second attempt, those wishing to address this public comment period for this public hearing can go to the podium. Third and final time, those wishing to address council on this public hearing can go to the podium and give us your thoughts. Seeing none, we will move to City Council for questions, comments, and concerns from council. Anyone? See anyone in either direction? Staff, do you have any final comments or follow-up?
No, sir.
All right, sounds good. We will close this public hearing and move to new business item number 1. Mr. Carbone, would you present that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration and possible action. First reading of ordinance 1416-2024. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We just had the public hearing with staff's comments as well as staff presentation. council opportunity to have questions and concerns. With that, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Chavadilla?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you for that. Moving forward in our agenda, consent agenda, I believe no items were requested to be removed. So with that, Ms. Chavarria, would you present consent agenda items A through F?
Consideration and possible action of approval of consent agenda A through F. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Chavadilla?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So with that, new business continued. Mr. Koza, would you present new business number 2, please?
Yes, Mayor. Consideration and possible action, resolution number R2024-25. So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Before we do staff report, I believe we have one citizen to sign up to speak for this.
Yes, Mayor. Jim Johnson, if you would make your way to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak this evening. Thank you for coming out.
Jim Johnson, 6117 Broadway Street, Pearland, Texas. Good evening, Council. I am coming to you guys regarding the Pearland Prosperity Update, a plan that you will see today for adoption. The Pearland Chamber of Commerce has been very active in the entire Pearland Prosperity Plan, and most recently, the update. Many of the members of our Board of Directors serve on the Implementation Committee, as well as our Board of Directors has had the opportunity to hear directly from the PEDC staff, as well as the representatives of Broad Ripple Strategies. I am proud to report to Council that at our January 26th regular board meeting of the Chamber of Commerce, our Board of Directors unanimously voted to support this plan as presented to you to Council. So we do hope that you will see the plan as a great blueprint, a great opportunity for our fantastic city, and encourage you to adopt that plan today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jim. Was anyone else on that particular item? All right, thank you for that. We'll move to staff presentation and update on that.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Council. And thank you, Mr. Johnson. Couldn't have gotten a better introduction on this subject, but I'll just add a couple of comments. The Pearland Prosperity Plan is our community plan and economic development strategic plan. And so after a series of implementation committee meetings, joint EDC and council meetings to review and provide input on the plan update, the plan is ready for adoption and approval at this point. As Jim shared, it has been approved by the Chamber Board. The Pearland Economic Development Corporation Board has also approved the plan. And do want to just thank the Implementation Committee and all the community members that have participated on that, some of those who are with us tonight, for getting us to this point on the plan update. So at this point, I'm going to hand it off to Matt DeVoe with Broad Ripple Strategies, and he's going to provide a brief presentation on the plan update before we entertain questions or comments. Thank you.
That's good.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and everyone here with us tonight. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to talk with you about the Pearland Prosperity Update. I am Matt DeVoe, principal with Broad Ripple Strategies. We are a community and economic development firm that works all over the country helping communities become more prosperous and successful places. And it's been our privilege to work with lots of different leaders and community members here in Pearland over the past 7 to 8 months to put together what is a dynamic update to the city of Pearland's community and economic development strategy. So I just have a very short presentation for you here this evening. I'd like to talk a little bit about the process that led to the creation of the Pearland Prosperity Update, give you a little bit of information, some high-level overviews of what is in that strategic plan, and then have some time for questions from members of council and Mr. Mayor and so forth. So where this got started was the previous Pearland Prosperity Plan adopted by council in 2020, and this was a plan that I was also honored to help stakeholders in this community create. And this is all about making this community a more prosperous and successful place. So at the time, it was about economic growth and diversification, and really making Pearland a community of choice within Greater Houston. And our mission this time around was to create an ambitious update to that strategic plan to reflect some of the new realities that have emerged in the world over the past few years, and the changing competitive landscape, both in this region and in the nation as well. And so the process that we went through had a lot of input into it from lots of different leaders in this community, including many folks sitting with us here in the room tonight. So as previously mentioned, the Pearland Prosperity Implementation Committee is a group of public, private, nonprofit leaders, including 3 elected officials who are here with us tonight. That group met 5 total times throughout this process to discuss findings from research and to help shape the strategy. Also a tremendous amount of input from council and the Pearland Economic Development Corporation Board of Directors. 3 different meetings with those 2 groups meeting in joint session to talk through some of these strategic planning points, as well as some interaction with the Pearland Chamber of Commerce and the business community, getting their input on the strategic plan as well. So that process unfolded over 7 months with 3 different phases, and it wrapped up just this past month, beginning with research and input on into strategic planning, and the 3rd phase wrapping up right now, the implementation guidelines in terms of how you put a strategy into practice. So just a little bit about that research and input. Lots of different points of contact, lots of different things that went into this. Looking at lots of existing reports that had been done in this community, pairing that with some new data analysis. Lots of individual interviews with key leaders throughout the community, including every member of council one-on-one. A survey designed for key leaders who had been involved in the implementation of the previous strategic plan, as well as looking at survey data that was surveys that were sent to all businesses in Pearland, and a survey conducted with lots of different residents of the community, the National Citizen Survey, National Business Survey, that gave us a lot of really great insights into kind of what are some of the perceptions of Pearland in terms of as a place to live, as a place to do business, and so forth, balancing that as well with lots of input from those leadership groups that we just mentioned. And all of that led us to some key findings in the research and input phase. And right up there at the top, Pearland has a very strong core value proposition as a place to live, work, and do business. Really a tremendous set of competitive advantages that this community has, a lot of economic development wins, creating more opportunity, and a highly educated, diverse workforce that's really going to be a major competitive advantage going forward as workforce and talent become the #1 issues in economic development, as they have been for some time. But in the context of what's going on in this region and nationally, the competition for talent, the competition for jobs is intense, and it's growing. And Pearland finds itself in a new phase of its own story as the era of rapid population growth has started to wane and the community is maturing. And so the real strong consensus from talking to people here in the community is that we need to continue to take action to make sure that we continue to be that community of choice. So that led us to the creation of a strategic framework to help make that happen in the next few years with the Pearland Prosperity Update. And so this is the framework here. At the heart of this framework is a core goal of Pearland will be the community of choice for people and business in our region through the advancement of 11 key initiatives. And so this is really a reflection that we want to continue to be that community of choice, both as a place to live, but also as a place to do business, as a place to work, as a place to locate a business. And so that's really advanced through these 11 key initiatives. And the first thing you might notice here is that there are 11 key initiatives this time as opposed to 7 focus areas in the previous strategic plan. That's not necessarily to say that this is a 50% increase in the workload, but what this framework does here is that it really brings to the forefront a lot more issues that are important to, that leaders told us, that citizens told us are important to the attractiveness of this community as a place to live. How are we going to continue to retain and attract people in this community and make it a place that folks want to be? And so there's a lot more of that sort of people-centered strategic elements in this framework relative to the previous one. Just really quickly on each of these key initiatives, just kind of running through what they are and what they will do. One of the key gaps that we heard about in terms of continuing to be a community of choice was needing more places to gather, more sort of third spaces, more opportunities to get together, whether formally or informally, in the community from a quality of place perspective, and putting that at the forefront of this updated strategic plan. Following from that as well, I think a very strong interest from lots of different corners in the revitalization of the Old Town area, really kind of making the place where Pearland began special and a place that people want to be. And thinking as well about the different realities of development as the large undeveloped tracts of land in Pearland are largely gone. What are the opportunities to continue to grow and enhance the community's quality of place? Mobility and infrastructure, obviously a very important issue as it is in any community. And so continuing investments into the construction and maintenance of transportation infrastructure, flood control, stormwater, et cetera. Parks and recreation, understanding that recreational amenities, especially in the post-pandemic world, are prized highly by both top talent and the businesses that want to hire them, and looking as well at cultural arts, the ongoing cultural arts master plan that's being developed here in the community to help continue to make this a special place in terms of some of the cultural offerings. On the more sort of economic development focused side, business development is really just about continuing the strong recent track record of growing primary jobs in this community. The PEDC, with support of this council and many others in the community, the chamber and so forth, have done a great job with this and creating jobs here that expand and diversify the tax base. Following from that as well, thinking about how businesses can start here and thrive here with the Pearland Innovation Hub. And workforce development as well. I mentioned that talent is really one of the #1 drivers of economic growth, and making sure that those connections between business and education continue to grow and lead to great results. The diverse workforce of this community, both in terms of race and ethnicity, but also age and lots of different other measures of diversity, thinking about how to highlight and leverage that as one of this community's top competitive advantages. And then just finally, just making sure that the actual places where businesses locate, the sites that are needed to support economic development are continuing to be developed, and making sure that we have that product that can keep this community in the game for those types of projects. So that is the Pearland Prosperity Update in a nutshell, and it will be put into practice by lots of different partners in the community. It is not a strategy for any one organization or entity. It is a community effort. And so we are working with the city, the EDC, the chamber, and other partners to make sure that we have really clear organizational roles, priorities, timelines, metrics, and so forth to make sure that this becomes a reality. So it's been a great pleasure to work with the leaders of this community, including members of council and Mr. Mayor, on putting this together. And we are very, very excited to see what this community does in the coming years to continue being the community of choice in this region. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Sounds good. Thank you, Matt. And this process was the greater community and the business community coming together to offer up where we want to go as an overall community. What do we want to see? What do we want to have? And so I'm a big believer in trying to figure out your strategic plan of how you get where you need to go, not just wander until you get there, right? And this is great timing because we as a council do strategic priority and planning. We'll have our next strategic priority planning session in 2 weeks, Saturday the 24th, and that will help us develop the milestones on where we go as a city itself. This plan is more community oriented, whereas ours is the city itself doing all that. So I'm glad to see that we're getting this update done, and excited to see where we go and bring other community partners along the way, for it. So with that, I'm going to open it up for comments and questions from council. I'm going to start with Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Thank you, Mayor. Matt, thank you very much for coming out this evening, facilitating this process for us. Jim Johnson, I'd like to thank you for hosting it at the chamber. I see a couple members here that are part of the process, as well as the elected official and staff that have met through the months to come up with this plan. I'd like to thank you very much for taking our input and working with us and bringing this group together. Really appreciate your efforts. So thank you very much.
Very good. Open it up for comments, Ms. Kate.
I think it's no secret that I've been sort of I've had some things to say about the prosperity plan, and I don't think tonight's going to be any different. I think 11 points is too many. I think it loses some focus and some impact at that point. The strategic framework with 11 key initiatives, I think it's just too many. And I believe I've said that before. I know that's not shocking to you, Matt. I'm sorry. And I know you don't have a poll tonight for me, so I'm just going to say it to you. There's some things that I think can be combined, and fewer key initiatives would be more impactful, in my opinion. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
We can remove Old Town revitalization.
That's the one thing you cannot remove, though, Matt.
Did that just for you. So, yeah. Good comment. Mr. Patel.
So, Matt, I do appreciate this opportunity to speak with you. Certainly, I will tell you, when you and I spoke, I was not a fan of this plan because I feel like we continuously do a lot of plans. So just out of curiosity, Trent or Matt, can you tell me how much did the plan cost in 2020?
I don't know if we have the 2020 plan number right at the tip of our
Buchanan
pen.
here?
I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm sure it's around 100 probably, though. If I had to guess.
Okay. And how much is this update costing us?
About the same.
$100,000?
120.
120.
120. Okay. So in 3 years, we're going to spend 120 additional just to update it. I understand market has changed. So am I to say maybe in 3 more years, we'll have to get another update?
I think that probably depends on progress we make on the plan and if there's additional or different priorities of the community at that point.
Okay. And in this plan, Matt, you said the partners, you had to do an org chart on who's going to take over these 11 priorities. Can we pull them back up, please? Yep. So do we have that org chart completed on who's going to be taking the initiatives on taking care of these?
Sure. So the implementation guidelines are where that where those sort of organizational roles are established, and it is still in draft form, but the idea here is that it's going to be fairly balanced in terms of the different partners. So there are a couple initiatives where the chamber is listed as a lead entity. There's a number of initiatives where different city departments are a lead entity, for instance, mobility and infrastructure, some fairly obvious fits there. I believe that the EDC currently is listed as a lead for 5 of the 11.
So this plan is not complete, or is that another consulting contract that we have to sign?
No, that's part of it's all part of the same process. So the implementation guidelines are part of the same process that created this strategic plan.
So you want me to approve this plan today, not knowing who's going to be charged of what of these implementation, who's going to implement it, right? Like, I don't know if Chamber is going to buy into it. Have they seen or do they know exactly what part of this plan they're going to implement?
So as Mr. Johnson referenced previously, their board unanimously approved the strategy, and I think that if you look at the areas where the chamber is listed as a lead entity, they are consistent with their organizational plan for the kind of the chamber's outlook. One of them is with respect to economic development and the Biz Connect initiative in terms of business retention and expansion. Chamber also has some initiatives around diverse talent, where it's a natural fit for them, supporting partner as well in areas such as workforce development.
I mean, I guess I
I'm not
forgot
gonna
how many
speak-
pages this is. I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. 81 pages. I would have liked to see that org chart to at least let the people who are on this, I guess, proposal to take over or implement some of these, to be making it very sure that we all agree that they are going to do it. Because right now what you're saying is, hey, approve these 11 framework, and then you're going to come back and tell us who's going to implement it, correct?
So the implementation guidelines will have our recommendations for who does what. I think that if you look at some of those key initiatives there, I think that, you know, there's a fairly natural fit in terms of things like Parks and Recreation, that being the Parks Department, right? So yes, the answer to your question is that the implementation guidelines, which are still in draft form, will have those recommendations. I think that in terms of setting the sort of priorities for the community, that's what the strategic plan does.
And I guess this is a blueprint for our city, and I appreciate that blueprint. Have we discussed what a blueprint would cost? Because, I mean, when I look at a blueprint, I usually try to figure out how much it's going to cost, right? So have we considered what the cost implementations will be on this?
Sure. So with any strategic plan that is kind of done at this resolution, you can't cost out the entire budget. But the implementation guidelines do include some estimates on what we feel would be appropriate for any new staff or new programs that would be sort of, you know, easy to kind of predict out, right? In terms of other things, in terms of, like, say, a roadway project, you know, the funding sources for that are going to be fairly diverse and are going to come from different government sources and so forth. And so a lot of that work is, you know, represented in other master plans that are already, you know, kind of underway or will be underway shortly, and things of that nature. So, you know, to answer your question, it's no, the implementation guidelines will not include an estimate to implement the complete strategic plan.
Well, that also, thank you. That also leads me to my other question, right? So when you talk about culture and arts, currently the city has another plan, which is, I think, costing $90-some thousand. It's right below 100,000. Is Tracy here? It's around my memory, and I might be short-term memory. So, you know, I guess when I look at this 11 things, you guys give us these framework, and then we're going out and hiring more consultants to do each of these to tell us what to do, right? I mean, end of the day, it feels like the costs are coming in on the tax burden. And as it is, I don't know about my peers, but I feel like, you know, I'm hearing my constituents today, 4 of them are telling me about drainage and road work. And so it's hard for me to accept this plan right now as a blueprint, because what happens is, if I approve this plan, this is what's going to be thrown back in our faces every time to say, well, if you approved the plan, we're working on the plan. Now, if you approve this plan, and again, this is just my short, maybe hindsight, to say, well, the plan was approved by city council, so we had to implement it. Where I'm having a difficult time, Matt, and please forgive me, is I don't know the cost, right? My priorities are a little different. It's first responders, it's infrastructure, economic development. The rest of it is not very important to me. And that's me. I'm not saying Parks and Rec is not important, but money gets very short when you get down to that bottom line. You went from 7 to 11 items to say, oh, you guys should have all of these things in here, and maybe you can work on them if you have the money. But we really don't have enough money. So at the end of the day, how am I supposed to implement this stuff? I wish the plan would have been narrowly focused on what we can really afford to do. This seems like you have thrown everything in the kitchen sink to it. So That's my opinion. And the last thing, I guess this is not really for you, is I have not seen any kind of wins or discussions about the Pearland Innovation Hub. I've been here for 7 months. I haven't seen any reports or anything that says Innovation Hub has accomplished X, Y, and Z. And it's kind of sad because we have spent a lot of money, and I know it's new and it's still working through it, but I will tell you, personally, I have talked to some of my constituents, and they want to pull this out. So I don't know how you have it in here when I'm getting earfuls saying, hey, Innovation Hub needs to go. It's a waste of taxpayers' money, or somebody else needs to take over it, right? So, and that money can be used at other places, and that's what I mean. For me, it's very hard. This thing doesn't do anything for me. All it tells me is we have a bunch of money we want to spend, but we don't have it. So I apologize, but I'm a no on this.
Any other comments?
Yes, thank you. I just want to acknowledge all of our community leaders and stakeholders for being here tonight. And I don't necessarily agree with Councilmember Rushi, because I do believe, Patel, that there's been a lot of work and a lot of plan, and this is a working document. It's not placed on the shelf. It is worked. You were on EDC board. You know how it works. There is a budget that is developed around these strategies, but this is a framework. It's not going to be accomplished in a year. It's not going to be accomplished in 2 years. As far as the hub, there has been some reports, and I know that we are towards the end of our contract, which I believe is in October. So I would like to let you know that there are some reports out there. And so I just want to thank everybody for being here and presenting. Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? Mr. Carbone?
Yep, thank you, Mayor. I hear what you're saying, Councilman Patel, Councilman Rushi. No, I mean, and that's been my criticism in the past that I've shared with both Matts. And you get a bunch of leaders in the room, and you say, hey, do you want this? Yes, they do. They get on the app and, hey, 10 out of 11 people want this. And then, oh, we want this. But it's where the cost and the funding source. And so, yeah, it does feel like a big list of wants over needs. And at this point, I agree, the infrastructure, and we've got to protect the general fund. So this will, if it passes, when it passes, however it's tweaked, will come back to us, and staff will say, hey, we're headed down this path. So I guess I would say to staff, in whatever form it passes, please be cognizant that this isn't a blank check by any means. And y'all know that's through the budget process, but it does feel like we passed this one. Maybe the next plan costs $25K, so it doesn't come to council and builds a little steam, and then you look up and we get presented with a memo that says, here's the 12 steps we've taken. We need you to push us across the finish line because you passed a plan 18 months ago. So that's one side. The other side is, since my time on council, we've got our fingerprints all over this much more than any time in the past. Is it perfect? No. There's been a lot of pushback, and I say pushback, a lot of give and take through the process. So I think the process is working, but I do still sit up here and cringe, saying, yeah, it's another $100K out the door to show us what we can't afford because we need to go fill potholes. Like, none of this is, this is clearly all in the once if we can't take care of our current infrastructure. And I guess the question around the Pearland Innovation Hub, that in a concept, I think is good. To me, it's always needed to sit with the Chamber of Commerce. And so whether that stays as one of the 11 key initiatives or not, I don't think we need to be spending the money that we have, and I think it'd be housed better off at the chamber. That's all my comments, Mayor.
Good comments. You have another comment, Ms.
Yes, I do. So I would like for Trent or Matt to remind us how we can utilize Type B funding for PEDC.
Matt, you want to take that?
Well, especially if you look through the plan, obviously the business development initiatives, a lot of the infrastructure initiatives, the site development initiatives. So I would say 5 of the 11 areas, and then parks also. So 6 of the 11 areas that are in this plan could all be funded with Type B funds. And many of the areas in Old Town could also be funded with Type B funds, like we're funding the study that council approved as part of the budget this past year.
Mayor, could I have? In here, it does mention, as proposed in the Pearland Workforce Strategy Action Plan, develop and promote a community resource network. What is the, Matt or Trent, what is the Pearland Workforce Strategy Action Plan?
So that's the strategy that we had when we brought on Mo Sakar, and we've been doing all the various new workforce initiatives, and that's part of a community resource network to make sure our employers and our workforce in our community have the resources they need to be both on the workforce side, on the employee side, and the employer side to access the resources that we have in our community, both community college, state, federal resources that are out there to promote workforce.
So we already have a community resource network?
We're working on that now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other? Mayor Pro Tem?
Trent, Matt, on the $120,000 expenditure, where did that come from? Who was responsible for paying that?
That was PEDC funds.
Both the 100 and the 120?
Yes.
Okay, so it didn't come out of the general fund from property taxes, it came from the sales tax fund?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So at no point would any of this cost the city money? It's just EDC?
As far as the implementation, no, there will be things in the implementation. If you take a look at mobility and infrastructure, there will be initiatives along there where we're, trying to pursue state and federal funding for road projects where there will be a local match. If there's a tie to economic development, there potentially could be EDC funds tied in with that, but oftentimes those don't have those are roads that don't have that kind of tie, and those matching funds would likely be city funds.
You said the Innovation Hub, the funds come from EDC?
The innovation, those funds come from EDC. And I believe, do they have grants and other things that fund a portion of that a little bit?
Small portion.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things as we talk about the 11 initiatives. The 11 initiatives really came out of the 7. All of these were in the 7 already. It's just they highlighted them a little bit more by pulling them out and highlighting each individual one as opposed to having them grouped. We could go back the other way. This could be in 2. We could have business and we could have people and have 2 initiatives. We could easily do that. 2 initiatives, that's all our plan is. Underneath it is all of this other types of things that we want to do. Do we agree or disagree that infill and redevelopment is important in the life of our city right now? Do we agree or disagree that that's important?
I do think it's...
And I'm going to go through each and every one of these. Do we agree that infill and redevelopment is important for our city? We're a maturing city where we have smaller tracts and we have tracts that need to redevelop. The answer is yes, that's important to our city as we move forward. So it is a component in here to do that. Mobility and infrastructure. We've heard from our constituents tonight. We hear from people all the time. Mobility and infrastructure is important. We have said, people have asked me, what's our biggest struggle over the coming years? It's to how do we keep up with our infrastructure? How do we keep it in good repair? How do we keep up with a city that is no longer growing as fast as we were versus a mature city that's maintenance driven? Are parks and recreation important? I think they are. Our people have said yes, they are. Are they at the top of the list for an individual? You poll everybody and people are going to be different on that. But are they important to the quality of life in our community? I think they are. Cultural arts. That's something that is, we can have a debate about. I went on a listening tour my first year in office to help complete a legacy from Mayor Tom Reed. Mayor Tom Reed started cultural arts in this community, but he never got anything across the finish line with it. He never really got it established and anchored. So I took it up coming into this office. We now have a cultural arts master plan, not paid for by the city, not paid for by your property tax dollars, paid for by the Convention and Visitors Bureau. People who visit our community, stay in our hotels, are paying for that cultural arts master plan, which is about, I believe, $54,000, somewhere in that ballpark, or maybe a little bit more than that, somewhere in there. But that is being done, and the plan is to be put into place to figure out where are we going. Now, the components to that, some of that can be done through arts grants, through the CVB. If there's an infrastructure component of it, we'll have to look at that as a city. I got asked, I don't know how many times, by arts community, we need a cultural arts community center right now. I said, okay, you ready to write a check? You know, and I said, I can't go sell and put together a cultural arts center without a plan to get there. How do we know that the market will even support it? We don't know. You got to start small. You got to crawl before you can walk, before you can run. So let's put a plan together to see where our cultural arts and placemaking ability. I know that's important to you. Old Town site gives us that opportunity for some of that small town charm and feel. How do we want to revitalize it? How do we want to ultimately create something in the Old Town site? I believe RFPs are on the street currently. That is actually something that we gave our city manager as a goal. We gave him a goal, voted on that, or didn't vote on it, but we asked him to go do that. And here we are, Old Town site revitalization, and actually putting a plan together that we can see what is that going to look like. It's going to take years and years and years to redevelop it. It's not going to happen all in one year. It's not going to happen in 2 budget years. It's going to take a time to get that across the finish line, along with private development. Same thing with infill and redevelopment. That's not us developing that. That's private development coming in and using their tax dollars. Places to gather, same thing. We get told all the time, I get told all the time, we need places to gather in our community. We have to figure out where that's going to be, how that's going to look, how do we implement it? And then all the business development, we can have discussions about the Pearland Innovation Hub. I'm okay to have that. The workforce development, diverse talent, and site development, those are the nuts and bolts of economic development. We've asked our economic development team to make sure that we have the main thing each and every day. That's it. I have a hard time understanding why they're not here, and we control the budget process, 100%. We have a retreat, a day, 2 weeks from now, where we start that process that it ends in September when we approve a budget. We control that. We tell staff what we want to see. We tell staff what we don't want to see. So we control it. Yes, there's going to be things along the way that comes in. This was part of the plan. But somewhere along the way, we should have told staff, this is the direction we want to go. This is what we want to do. And some of these, as I mentioned, we've already given the city manager goals to do. If we don't approve a plan that we've already given him goals to do, that's a little confusing. That's confusing.
These key initiatives, the people, who are those for? Are those for staff?
What do you mean? I'm not understanding.
The key initiatives, the orange ones, are those for staff? Are those for us? Are those for the residents? Who are those written for specifically? Who is looking at those people?
To implement them, or what do you mean?
In general, who is looking at these? The orange ones.
Who's looking at anybody that's coming to look at? Well, if you're in the arts community, you're going to be looking at the arts component.
Okay.
Mobility and infrastructure. I think we all will be looking at that.
Right.
Okay. But it's for people. It's for our residents to have a better quality of life.
That's what I wanted.
In mobility and infrastructure. Same thing with parks and recreation. Old Town revitalization is for our folks to have a place at the Old Town where our city began. Infill and redevelopment is for not only people today, but future residents, future people to come into our community. There may be an area of town, and we've seen it up and down 35, where we've had older buildings demoed, and now we have new life coming around. So that's one of those things that's important. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to kind of help Member Patel on some of the funding, Member Barry is no longer with us. Basically, he and I were instrumental in getting 20% of the EDC budget across the board to be able to help with infrastructure each year. And that's each and every year, 20% of their budget going towards infrastructure. That helps in reducing the rate.
That's in their bylaw change.
Correct. Yeah, so it's in their bylaws. Past that, within the last month, we all sat here and had a discussion with an attorney for the CVB. And we found out that we can spend money, cultural arts, give or take 2.3 million. Also with the Historical Society, another 2.3 million. So there's money from the EDC, from the CVB that will help fund this to help offset those costs. Through the process, one big project that I was involved in and Member Barry seconded me on is the EDC came up with $17 million to reduce the debt side of our equation. And they're going to be paying for the Hickory Slough to somewhere around 16.7 million. So right at $17 million right there. So out of these, there are big numbers that come back to offset costs. It's not just, hey, we want all this stuff, now go fund it for us. So there are offsets on these, not all, but we have made nice strides in being able to make the community nicer at the benefit of not the taxpayer, but coming from our sales tax.
I'd like to add one more thing. So from 1996 to year to date, EDC has contributed over 88 million back to the city. So I think that's an important number to know because you brought that up at the
In infrastructure costs,
Yeah.
that's correct. That's around, well, I think it was 84. I don't want to misspeak, 84, but it was a big number. And yeah, and they continue to do so. They do so. And for those people that may be watching this and those that are here, their dollars are still limited to some degree as to where and how they can be used. They can't come into your neighborhood and redo your neighborhood because there's no business component to it. Hence, what Mayor Pro Tem was just talking about, the 20% of their budget that can be used. We have areas of town that are more business related, but we have infrastructure needs there as well. Outdated roadways. We need to widen some roadways because of certain types of trucks and vehicular traffic that they need, better infrastructure for. That is perfectly suited for those types of things. And they're doing it with cash, not debt. So again, very important that we're deploying those dollars into areas that help offset what we pay in property taxes. So same thing with the park, offsetting our property tax, which frees up that debt service side to the residents. It frees it up for any particular need that might arise that we might need, that type of funding for. So don't want to continue to beat this dead horse, but any other calls for comments or questions? Mona, did you have a quick one? Okay, you were reaching. So any other questions or comments, Trent?
I think just to wrap things up, and this was woven throughout the discussion, but of these 11 key initiatives, we have ongoing work that's woven throughout these. So I think while this is an adoption of this specific plan, it's tied in with many of our other plans. It's also tied in with many of our existing budget initiatives that are in this current year, like the Old Town study, the Cultural Arts Master Plan, and so it's not like these are just a 11 new key initiatives. They tie in with ongoing existing efforts, and it's an update from the current Pearland Prosperity Plan. So it is taking the progress we've made to date and then extending that and looking at where that goes in the future. So as far as these things, I don't know that there's anything really new here. We did tweak some things through this update to reflect our current council's priorities.
Yep.
And so we also, as was mentioned, we had multiple joint meetings between the EDC and the city council to work through some of those, those concerns or issues from the previous plan to make sure we had a good plan that did have council's fingerprints on it, so we can move forward, confidence that that we want to move forward with these initiatives. And again, on the cost, when we get through with, a great example is when we get done with the Old Town, the initial study there, that's going to lay out a plan. That's going to take time. It is going to take money, but we control that. The city council has to approve any initiatives beyond that first study as we work through the revitalization plan. So we can go as fast as we can identify funds, whether they be EDC funds or other funds, to do those do that revitalization moving forward. So it's this doesn't give us a blank plan to move forward with everything. We still have to go through the budgeting process each year to move forward with any initiatives beyond what's already approved. So just wanted to wrap that up as far as how that works. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I just 10 of the 11 are broad, wide-reaching initiatives. One of them is very pointed, and I think that one should, the Pearland Innovation Hub should be underneath something else. So I will be a no on this if it stays like that. I'm sorry.
Do you want to offer an amendment?
I would like the Innovation Hub to go underneath another topic. I'm not saying we have to get rid of it.
Put it under business development.
So could we maybe ask for some input from Matt or Matt Buchanan or Matt DeVoe on how that got pulled out and is separate and the purpose for that, to kind of.
I just can't wrap my brain around it being by itself. I'm sorry.
Sure. So when you talk about economic development, there's really kind of three legs to the stool of growing and creating jobs. There's bringing in new business from somewhere else. There's retaining and expanding the existing set of businesses that you have. And then there's the entrepreneurial side, starting new businesses. Typically what happens, and as is the case here as well, you'll see that the attraction and retention and expansion is typically done by an economic development organization like the EDC. It works differently in different places. In Texas, obviously, you're fortunate to have Type A and Type B corporations that typically have a lot of resources to bring to bear to make those things happen. Entrepreneurship can live in lots of different ways. And so as I understand it, the Innovation Hub is something that is in the process of creating its own 501c3 organization. So it's going to be basically a separate legal entity that's going to have, a board to govern that nonprofit. And it sort of has a little bit of a different focus in its mission from the other core kind of economic development activities that are really kind of under the purview of the EDC, with, of course, support from the city and chamber and so forth. So the idea of having them separate is that they are kind of different animals in terms of the specific needs and strategic priorities within them. But they are all, at the end of the day, aimed at growing and creating jobs and growing a tax base and making a community more prosperous and fiscally sustainable and so forth. So, you can certainly see them as being of a piece, but the reason they're separate is sort of that different strategic focus and a lot of times even different sets of people involved in each one.
I'm sorry, Matt. Jim, maybe you can get off your phone and answer a question for me. Sorry. St. Jacinto, do they still lease space for small business? And how are they different than the Innovation Hub?
So the
night and day different.
Right. So a small business development center is kind of one piece of an entrepreneurial ecosystem, right? So they provide specific types of support in terms of things like business plan development and kind of a lot of the nuts and bolts of starting a business. You'll typically see in lots of communities throughout the country that there's also other ways to sort of support entrepreneurs and encourage new business formation and help businesses grow and scale. And a lot of times that's a little bit more involved mentoring, coaching, things of that nature. Also just kind of trying to create that stronger entrepreneurial environment through things like networking opportunities and so forth. Really things that are supportive of a healthy entrepreneurial ecosystem. So while the SBDC is an important piece of that, I don't think that you could really look at it as saying that is the complete package for wanting to support business growth and formation. So it is a partner, I think, within a broader ecosystem. And the Innovation Hub, I think a big part of its mission is to kind of try to be sort of the connective tissue between that and lots of other different resources in Pearland and throughout the region and beyond, in terms of getting entrepreneurs where they need to be, and also providing some of that additional assistance that might not be available through a traditional SBDC type program.
So would you say they go kind of hand in hand?
They would certainly work together, but I think they sort of provide different aspects of support to different types of entrepreneurs, and at different, there can be a little bit more direct involvement, a little bit more, I should say, a more, sort of a more robust engagement from something like the Innovation Hub as opposed to an SBDC.
So
they both do great things, and they're both very valuable.
Sure. So to Councilmember Kade's question, I guess out of these 11 key initiatives, which initiative would you say that the chamber is handling? Which ones would you say they were going to implement it? If you can pull up those 11 initiatives again, sorry.
I do apologize. I've closed the PowerPoint.
That's okay.
Of the 11 key initiatives, I think that the chamber is a supporting partner in quite a lot. Oh, there we go. Jim, I don't want to put words in your organization's mouth, but in terms of our discussions around the chamber being a lead partner, certainly on business development, as a key partner in the Biz Connect program and the representative of Pearland's business community, the chamber has a very key role to play there, and especially as an active partner in your business retention and expansion program. And then on diverse talent as well. That is an area where the chamber already has some programming. It's consistent with their strategic plan, and so that is an area where, as the representative of the business community, chamber has an important role to play. Sure, and workforce as well. And I think that you could broadly see the chamber as being supportive of lots of different pieces here as kind of as a partner, but not necessarily as the organization that would be, directly devoting staff time to implementation activities. Yeah.
Can we make an amendment to move Pearland Innovation Hub under business development? I'm making that motion. I'm making a motion to amend Pearland Innovation Hub to move under business development.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to move the Pearland Innovation Hub up underneath business development. That would take 11 key initiatives to 10. I don't know how you would rename that, but probably under business development. That is a component of business development, I would assume. So that write-up and that definition would fall through the business development if that passed. Any other questions or comments on this amendment? Mr. Carbone?
Yep. I mean, I get it. It's easy just looking at this framework, but I mean, it's an 80-page document. Are we going to pass this tonight and as amended?
I've got an amendment to do,
yeah.
And if we want to table it, then we have an opportunity to table it and get more write-up on it.
Matt or Trent, this amendment, is it still within the 120, or are we going to expend more money?
So I think we'll have if this passes, we'll have that conversation with Matt. I don't know where we sit with everything.
We had discussion on costs, so that's what I was
sure.
Curious to know if we amend it.
Sure.
Back, are there going to be additional costs?
Yeah, I think so. Kind of we've gone through all of our meetings and input meetings and things like that, and arrived at this. So there will have to be some changes. As you said, it's not just changing this picture; it's changing a lot of taking parts of the rest of the plan and putting it underneath business development. I don't know that would take a whole lot of effort, but
But still the question, would we have additional costs?
From the perspective of Broad Ripple Strategies, no. If the strategic plan needs to be adjusted to make this revision, I think that's something that could be accommodated within the current contract.
Thank you.
All right. So we have an amendment to move Pearland Innovation Hub up underneath business development in a second. I'm going to vote on that amendment. Madam Secretary, we're going to call for a vote on the motion to amend.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza,
Thank you.
Member Carbone,
Nay.
Member Chavarria,
Nay.
Member Cade,
Yes.
Member Patel.
Yes.
Motion failed.
Motion fails 3-2.
3-2. So we're back to the main motion. Are we ready to dispense this tonight or table it? All right. Then we've had plenty of discussion on it. Madam Secretary, we're going to vote on the measure.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza,
Aye.
Member Carbone,
Aye.
Member Chavarria,
Aye.
Member Cade,
No.
Member Patel.
No.
Motion passes 5-2. 3-2.
3-2.
Sorry.
Sorry about that. Ms. Cade, item number 3, please.
Consideration and possible action, first reading of ordinance number 1358-27. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is the first reading of our non-development fee ordinance to add EMS billing fees to that fee schedule. This was prompted by changes made by the state legislature that prohibit balance billing on EMS fees, as well as it set reimbursement at a lesser amount if we do not have usual and customary rates set by the local government. So we reviewed these fees with our third-party billing service and also compared that to other cities to arrive at the recommended rates. So we have a recommendation tonight to adopt those EMS billing fees as part of the non-development fee schedule.
All right. Back to council for questions, comments, concerns. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. In the background section of this presentation, towards the end of the paragraph, it says this bill allows for the city of Pearland to set the EMS billing fees associated with ambulance transports and requires the insurance companies regulated by the Texas Department of Insurance to pay those fees. In return, the city of Pearland cannot balance bill the patient. Then it goes on to say only about 20% of major health plans are regulated by the TDI. This bill has no effect on private pay insurance companies not regulated by the TDI, Medicare, or Medicaid. So basically, is that saying that the rates that we set will be set for whatever those fees are for the ambulances and calls without much impact? Is that what I'm understanding?
So I think the impacts of adopting these rates don't change a whole lot based on what we're doing. We're just getting those more in line with usual and customary rates, so they are going a little bit up from where we were. And then the effects of the new legislation, we ran some analysis based on if this schedule had been in place for the past year, and our revenue would have been about $69,000 higher. Obviously, we don't bill for near the amount it actually costs to provide fire EMS transport and services. So this, with the new bill, there will be a little bit more revenue coming in. But one of the things is we need to get these rates into our ordinance itself so that we can continue to charge those.
Yeah, but
and we did detail some of this in a memo a few weeks ago, and it looks like we inadvertently failed to include that in the packet tonight. We had a January 11th memo that detailed some of these things.
Okay, because I was just looking at when it said, about 20%, it sounded like it didn't have that, much of an impact. Whatever we set, then that was what it would be.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Patel?
Is Chief Taylor here? Chief Taylor, I do appreciate the email you sent to one of our constituents explaining the fee, maybe it was 2 weeks ago, about why the EMS and fire department, I believe it was you that sent that email to that, and I really appreciate that detail you sent. And I don't know if any of you got a chance to read it. Certainly I did not know about it, so I just want to say thank you for that. And I think it would be good if we can post that verbiage somewhere online so our constituents can read why they get billed from our city. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Kate?
Trent, on the field usage fees, are those updated or are those the same?
The only thing we're updating tonight are the ambulance fees. We are completing an analysis of those fees, and we'll be bringing that information back to you in the next couple of months.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Ms. Mona?
So is there a sliding scale fee for those that do not have insurance?
Chief, can we run through how those are handled?
Yep, I'm going to, Chief Sears, our EMS chief, he deals directly with our billing. I'm going to allow him to elaborate on this for you.
Yeah, thank you.
Losing my voice.
Sorry. Chief Sears, EMS chief for the fire department. So in our contract with Mergicon, which is our third-party billing company, there is a charity care component to that. So if we have some of our indigent population that is not insured and doesn't have an ability to pay, there's a process they can go through with Mergicon directly that's spelled out and signed off by the fire chief where their bill can be reduced or closed out.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Yeah, okay. I was fixing to say, we have a quorum. All right. Saw Tony get up and leave. Last call for questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Member Chavarria?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
All right. Mr. Patel, could you handle new business item number 4, please?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Consider possible action resolution number R2024-29. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report?
Thank you, Mayor. This item is a master services agreement to move us to a new provider for our payment processing services for utility billing. So this is when we process recurring credit cards or bank payments online. And so the new provider, Paymentus, provides a seamless integration with our new utility billing customer portal that we will be implementing as soon as we get this stood up. The transactional costs are similar and actually slightly less than our current provider, so no impacts there. We are using a cooperative contract to procure these services. And then it's also a contract for a total of 7 years, as is customary for these type of services. But we can actually, after the first 5 years with 120 days notice, that can be canceled. However, since it is a 7-year initial term, it does require a super majority of council to approve this item. And, based on how many people are here tonight, that means we have to have 5 votes in favor of passing this. The implementation timeline is approximately 90 days. And then we will be able to move forward with the new customer portal for our utility billing. So we recommend tonight approval of this contract with Paymentus in the estimated amount of $565,000.
All right. Thank you for that. Turn it over to questions, comments from council. Mayor Pro Tem.
Trent, just want to make sure. So this will allow our new app that's fixing to come on to be able to interface with the citizens to be able to pay their bills. Is that?
That's correct. It's on the back end, but the current it's kind of a seamless integration with the new portal. So when you log in and you're in the portal, you're able to do everything there. The current provider and some of the other providers out there, the integration is not that seamless. You basically would jump out of that utility billing portal to another portal where you'd have to log in again to actually pay. So that's why we're making the change. So it's a seamless integration with the new portal.
Okay. In the past week, I had one citizen reach out to me as far as concerns with the security on protecting credit card information, personal information, that type of stuff. Could you kind of elaborate on that a little bit so we got that on record, please?
Sure. So if is Dan in the room? I don't see Dan. For what we have today and what we will be implementing, it includes and will have all the required security, just like you have for any merchant that you're paying online. We make sure that IT is involved and all those security features are active and part of the program, so that we make sure those are as secure as can be possible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
One last thing. So is it my understanding that if I have a card on file on my current portal, it will be carried over? I won't have to create a new account and put my card again for auto pay?
No, customers will have to go back in and create a new account on the new portal, and they will have to put their either bank draft or credit card information back into the new system. And that would occur whether we were changing the payment provider services tonight or not. Just the change to the new portal requires that, because you cannot take secure information like that for credit cards and import that out of one system into another. I think that would be potentially expose us to issues there. So anytime somebody changes something like that over, you do have to go re-sign up.
Right. Good. That's actually a good comment. Trying to ask these questions the other day. I think it's good feedback. We have roughly 40,000-ish something accounts.
Yes, sir.
Maybe a little bit more. So out of that, we have roughly 16,000 and change that are on auto pay. Is that correct?
Yeah, about 16,400 on auto pay between bank draft and recurring credit cards.
Yeah.
And then we do have another 18,200 approximately that don't do auto pay but do pay online. Right. So that's a huge chunk of that. And then the remaining balance, we have about 2,200 by mail and about 1,500 a month walk up.
Yeah. So the vast majority are paying through either auto draft or auto pay, or are going online and through some means of paying. So hopefully this transition as we get to it will be easier once we get it on. I think we talked about it already. Communication is going to be a huge component to this. How we communicate to the residents, the customers of our water, on how to do this. Reminding them we can't port their credit card information over and into it. They have to do that themselves. But on the back end of it, we can hopefully put this AMI change out once and for all behind us.
Right. So we'll have a big part of our marketing plan is to make sure, with a metric, our goal is to get as many we have on auto pay or online pay as we have today, plus, so that's the goal. Dan did step in. So Dan, did you hear the question?
It was about
security around credit cards.
Credit cards.
Yes.
So that's PCI compliance, and that's what Paymentus handles. The city's in full compliance with PCI based on that.
Thank you.
So any other questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, I'll call for the vote. Reminder, this is a supermajority of 5 to pass.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza?
Aye.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Chavarria?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah, just for the residents' sake, that's not state law that requires that. That's our own financial policy. If we have any contract that's longer than 3 years, I believe, Trent, or 5 years, longer than 5 years, it requires a supermajority of council to implement. So it's just a transparency thing and an extra step just to make sure that we have cohesiveness with the council on those types of things. With that, we'll move to number 5. Mr. Carbone, back around to you, if you would present that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Consideration possible action resolution R 2024-22. So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This item awards a construction contract for the rehabilitation of the Autumn Lakes Lift Station. That lift station rehab is part of our ongoing program to rehab our lift stations that are in poor condition or need to be rehabbed to get back up to current standards. And so as part of our evaluation of all of our lift stations, the Autumn Lakes Lift Station was determined to be in poor condition. So we've gone through the engineering, bid the project out, and the recommendation tonight is to award to the lowest responsible bidder, CF McDonald, in the amount of $762,469. Thank you.
All right. Any questions, comments? Mr. Carbone?
Man, just on the surface, they came in $340K, so what, almost 33% from the next lowest bidder. Any additional context you can give us to that?
I don't have any details. I'll see if anyone on staff has any comments or details. I do know that we did contact references and did receive positive feedback on their performance for similar projects. And then we did, the engineer did review the bids as well and provided a recommendation for the award. Any other comments on why we think it did the difference?
No, sir.
And so they left $340K on the table. That's just it's a percent. That's huge.
Yeah, it's a little scary when the other two were like right at each other.
Right, within a few percentage points.
Someone from CF McDonald present?
And also they were in line with what our projection was on the other two.
Do you mind going to the podium?
I mean, we like the savings, but we don't.
Yeah, I appreciate the low bid, but any context to say why the other two are so off?
I can't comment on the other bidders, but we're confident we've got everything covered. So,
All right. Can we get your name and address just for the record?
yeah, Reed Birkenmeyer, live at 1004 Azalea Point, League City.
All right. What's your title with the firm?
I'm a project manager.
All right. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you coming in $340K lower. But I guess just to confirm, staff's comfortable with this bid.
I think, it's our lowest responsible bidder. We didn't, find any anomalies through the engineer reviewing things. So, when we do lowest responsible bidder, it's, my experience is it's fairly common that your low bidder, sometimes there's a gap between them, and then you've got a middle group that are pretty tight, and then you got a couple of bidders that are way, way high. And so that's kind of the nature of it. You don't know who's bidding, what their current work value is, and their current volume of work. And so, I think a lot of times you get companies that need work and are hungry and going to work thin versus ones that maybe have plenty of work and are looking to see if they can throw a bid on something and maybe get it if there's no one else bidding on it and make a little bit more. So, we'll make sure through the construction phase that our construction managers are working with them and watching things and making sure we're getting built what's designed and specified.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, always a concern when you have that big of a one, but we appreciate it greatly. Any last call for questions, comments? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, we'll call for the vote.
Member Carbone?
Aye.
Member Shabadiya?
Aye.
Member Cade?
Aye.
Member Patel?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Koza.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, moving on, matters removed from consent agenda, there were none. Other business, there were none. Now, mayor, council issues for city council discussion. Item number one, item I put forward regarding street maintenance and improvements. We're going to get into a discussion a little bit about how, where, and what we can enhance our street condition. And before we start, and before I turn it over to Trent and staff, council, at the end of the day, what we're looking for tonight is some consensus on some financial side of this. Staff has a great presentation, I think, on some of the projects and how we can implement and move faster some of our projects. So we're going to need some consensus from council. Staff's going to give us some kind of a base plan to look at in the short term, and then moving into the future of how we can get caught up. I think it's no secret we've been behind in street and quite frankly sidewalk repair for quite some time. Hence, we had the $15 million in sidewalk repair and gaps in the bond program that was there to help get us caught up in a 3-year time period. And then one of the things to note, I found out roughly about the time that I was putting this on the agenda that Brazoria County has changed some of their priorities for the 2024 partnership this year. So their asphalt roads across the county are experiencing the same type of deterioration that we're seeing because of the drought. The last 2 years, the severe drought in 2023, and then 22, we did have a drought. And so they're only looking at doing overlays with the cities as opposed to rebuilds and overlays. So that's going to affect the projects that we had teed up with them, because all 4 of those projects were going to be, rebuilds to an asphalt overlay. So as we go through that, we're going to have to figure out how, where, and what we do that with the county. It's going to change our plan a little bit with the county. It's going to have to do that. But before we do have one citizen that signed up to speak on. It was just one for this item that specifically called out this particular item. So Mayor Pro Tem, if you'll call them up.
Yes, Mayor. Douglas Holloway, if you'd make your way up to the podium, state your name and address. We'll give you 3 minutes to speak, and thank you for coming out this evening.
Thank you, Mayor, for inviting me. My name's Douglas Edward Holloway, Jr., son of the late mother, Donna Robertson. She was a GS-14 in the DOD, Step 10, did not have a college degree, had a cardiac event, and lost her life on y'all's sidewalks. My curb in front of my house, I have a paper here from a work order that has been unfulfilled for 2 years. I sent it to you over Facebook. I brought it here tonight. This piece of concrete, 2 babies almost lost their lives playing with it before I had to make a critical decision to go find their parents and stop them from their activity. Most terrifying thing in my life, having 2 children lose their life in front of my house for no reason to live it. I live in the Cobblestone subdivision. Veterans has been neglected for years, not just months. It's not just the weather. It is the culture I've seen in this room and the leadership at that podium. And I asked one council member how we can fix it last week, and Jeff was bold enough to say, replace the council. I know one of the members on the council. I went to high school with him. I trust his leadership. We have had challenges. I'm here. You invited me. I hope you have a good plan. If anyone's here on that Facebook who was questioning my fortitude, I'm here to stand in account. Is anyone here? I was the gentleman on Talk of Pearland, revealing myself now. I waded through many negative comments just to have the pothole filled. And I noticed within 24 hours, every pothole from 288 to Friendswood was filled on every asphalt road. But today, there is still people getting into head-on collisions. There's still a crevasse at the crosswalk in front of Centennial Park between the splash pad and the disc golf park. Our city doesn't deserve this. I am a local small business who has grown my business 5 years. I am a son of Pearland, class of '98, battalion commander. I have served my time 10.5 years as the Director of Information Systems for fundraising at the University of Houston, dealing with the information populations 5 times the city's population. This council needs to absolutely do better, and I'm here to hold you account. I'm here to listen to your plan, Mayor. If it's good, we have no issues. If it's not, I'm here to hold you all to account if I can. I wish I had my family back, but I'm here to represent myself, my family, and what I represent here. Thank you, council, for listening, and I'm here to listen to you and help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holloway. I'm not sure of the time frame of what happened with your mom. I'd certainly like to know more about that and the time frame. We can talk about it offline. Obviously, we want to get our business on for tonight. No one wants that. In my State of the City address last week, we talked about infrastructure, and we talked about streets. We talked about potholes, and also made a comment. And I'm going to say it here again, especially those who have come out specifically to talk and address council regarding it. I'm actually happy that citizens are upset. I want citizens to be upset. Why? It's not acceptable. What you're seeing is not acceptable. We don't accept it. Okay? We don't want it each and every day. If people grow complacent to a pothole in front of their house or on a street that they see, that's not the city that we want to be. We want to be better. Okay? We do have challenges. People ask me all the time, what's going on? How's things going with the city? Generally speaking, things are going well. Do we have challenges? Absolutely, we have challenges. We have challenges each and every day. As a city, we get up, we go to work, and we meet those challenges as best we can. Do we meet them in a time frame for everyone involved? Never will, because with 132,000 people, we do not dialogue back and forth, Mr. Holloway. I apologize. And 132,000 people all have different opinion, different thoughts, different ideas. So we have to put things in place to move that plan and move all of these plans forward. I'm not going to sit here and pass judgment on every past council member that came through here. I'm not going to pass judgment on my former predecessor and the work that was done by him. This is a problem that this council has to wrestle with, period. Not a past council. We just had 2 members drop from our council because they're running for a different position. And we can go on and on about their comments and contributions to this very issue. But it doesn't matter. We're here tonight. We're here tonight, and under my leadership as a council, as a mayor, along with our council, I know we will step up and do what we need to do. I also want, and you're going to hear from staff, because we also have projects in the works that are some of our drainage projects. And we have to walk through where those drainage projects are going to be happening in the coming years and months. And the last thing we want to do is spend good, hard-earned taxpayer money with fixing certain roads to turn right around in a year and tear them up. So we have to walk through how we coordinate and do that. Fight Road is a classic example. Fight Road needs some work done to it today. Fight Road, the length of Fight Road is going to have a drainage project, and in the drainage project that the voters approved is rebuilding and fixing that road on the back end of it. Why? Because the construction crews are going to tear it up. So if we want to go and fix and repair and make that road perfect today, know and understand we're going to turn around and turn it up and tear it up. this council will get criticized profusely if we go and do that. So we have to be careful how, where, and what we spend money, okay? We have a limited resource in tax money, and we have to deploy it and be effective with it. At the same time, Mr. Holloway and others, having potholes in our city should not be accepted and should not be normal. None of us are happy with that. None of us are happy with how some of our streets and our sidewalks have gotten into this this situation, okay, over time. But I also want to say, people want to know, well, what have you been doing about it? I've been working with Harris County and other places on how do we offload some of our new streets and have other people help pay for it. Hughes Road is an example. Hughes Road was in our bond program back in May. We were successful about 2 weeks ago now, I guess, two and a half weeks ago. Harris County approved Hughes Road, a community grant for $4.8 million to help pay towards that roadway. What does that mean? That means we're freeing up some dollars on that project. It'll still get done, freeing up monies to be used elsewhere for roads, sidewalks, maintenance, and those types of things in our community. That's an example of something I've been doing as a mayor, representing our city, going and talking to other elected officials, and how we work together to get some of these projects done. That's an example of some of the work that we do. At the same time, this council, we've all fielded calls. We've all fielded various emails. I will say to members of the community, Facebook is not our registry of anything. It needs to come through official channels here, especially if it's anonymous on Facebook. That is not an official channel to receive things. So it needs to come through email. It needs to come through back to here. I have put my email out there for anybody and everybody that wants it. This council knows that. Many of our residents know that. I'm easy to find on our my email is all over my page at on the website. So anything that somebody wants to do, they can send it directly to me. I have no problem responding to that. So with that, Trent, I'm going to turn this over to you with your folks to present that plan.
Thank you, Mayor. So we're going to have a brief presentation that'll talk a little bit about where we are and where we've been as far as our streets rehabilitation program. An early peek at our street assessment that we've conducted. We've gotten the raw data. We're still working through those. Those will inform our program as we move forward because that gives us our pavement condition index, or PCI. And then we're going to walk through what is already planned, either through work with the county, work that we plan on contracting out ourselves, work that the EDC is committed to, and work that is included in our 5-year capital improvement program. And then some potential options to meet the additional needs we have above and beyond what's already in the plan. So at this point, I'm going to hand it off to our Assistant Director of Public Works, Mr. Eric Hammond. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for an opportunity to share a high-level update on the condition of our pavement. As Mr. Epperson indicated, you'll get a much more detailed overview of our PCI at the March 25 Drainage and Transportation CIP update. So we're looking forward to sharing that at that time. But again, just to echo a little bit, we do intend to share this evening some of our work in the queue, some of the work that's been completed, as well as some of the personnel and budget resources that we use to maintain our streets. You may hear me reference center line versus lane miles at times, but just know that the main difference in this discussion is that a lane mile is defined as a singular lane of travel, while center line references the length of a road without consideration to individual lanes. The city currently has 980 lane miles in its inventory. Those miles are comprised of 759 miles of concrete streets, making up 82% of our network, just over 220 miles of asphalt, which make up the balance at 18% of our network, an additional 617 miles of sidewalks. So what got us here? There are several factors that have led to our roadway deterioration. For tonight's discussion, we'll focus predominantly on asphalt streets, but quickly, as it relates to concrete, we'd like to point out that there currently is not an in-house maintenance program or services dedicated to a concrete street panel replacement. Additionally, there are minimal budget dollars dedicated to concrete street panel maintenance. For the past 2 years, City Council has awarded a contract for concrete repair that focuses predominantly on sidewalk removal and replacement. And each year we've incorporated specific panels of concrete streets. And so we thank you for that, the inclusion of those in there, and it's staff's intent to continue to leverage that and other concrete replacement contracts to continue to make additional panel replacements. As it relates to asphalt, our area has been inundated with record weather conditions ranging from extreme cold to extreme drought that can cause subsidence and soil movement, as well as catastrophic rainfall that allows moisture, which is the #1 enemy of asphalt, to enter into our pavement and expedite deterioration. Similar to concrete streets and due to competing priorities, budget dollars have been limited for several years. We'll dive deeper into the budget later, but before we move forward, we would like to point out our appreciation to Brazoria County, who has been and continues to be a key partner in our infrastructure maintenance. Each year, the county has provided interlocal paving activities, full depth reclamation, I should say, and overlay services to several miles of Pearland roadways. Moving forward, the county has, as you indicated, Mayor, a desire to modify the current agreement and only provide overlay services. This modification to our interlocal work in years to come would redirect our actions and our plans to low volume streets or residential streets in most cases. And finally, we'd like to share that our asphalt roadways were originally designed and constructed under a different set of standards. That's a standard that's no longer used any longer, and so our roadways do not meet the current standard. With that, we're excited to share that our pavement condition survey is drawing to a close. Recall the first survey was conducted in 2014, with the subsequent survey of asphalt streets in 2017 to determine the impact of floodwaters from Hurricane Harvey. Before you is the first glimpse of the 23 survey results, but please note that we are still QA/QCing the information, so there may be minor modifications with our vendor over the coming weeks. Our contracted survey partner, Infrastructure Management Services, will be providing that overview again on the 25th, so we're excited about that. This image is of the entire pavement network and illustrates both asphalt and concrete streets. The survey provides a pavement condition index or PCI score that takes into consideration the roughness of a road by measuring elevation changes and the structural integrity of a road based on ANSI standards. As the survey equipment traverses a roadway, it shoots ground penetrating radar into the surface of the road and quantifies the stresses and failures to calculate that PCI. The PCI is then used to categorize roads as excellent, very good, good, marginal, poor, or very poor condition. In this image, the darker green indicates a street that scored excellent, while the red identifies a deteriorated or poor condition roadway. Based on the survey results, our overall network received a PCI score this year of 74. You might recall from past surveys that the northern portion of the United States has an average PCI of 60. That's because of the freeze and thaw that occurs in the northern portion of the U.S., while the southern portion of the U.S. has a PCI average of 65.
Real quick, Eric, go back to that slide and I want to make sure that those in the audience and anybody else online, I mean, a lot of people don't know, well, they don't know what they don't know. Let me just say that. People don't know what they don't know. And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm never going to pretend that I know everything anyway. So it's always, interesting when you learn something and you see something. So people need to understand that we take a scientific approach to our roadways. So people want to know, why is my roadway not being worked on? Because there's a worse one. There's one that we have science to back it up, that it's it's in greater need than yours is. And this is how we do this. Now, some roads that have recently been overlaid by the county, I noticed, obviously, most of the road work was actually completed, August, September?
There was some on Garden Road during the fall, and then Hawk Hill House, we'll touch on that a
But
little bit.
the PCI work was completed, then, and so some of that work that we've done with the county has come in since then. So, but this is how we do that. So when we get a work order, it's compared back into this, and we do some drive time. We actually do some window look at some of this and go out and take a look at it. But I want to make sure that people understand we have a dashboard that we keep up with this, and we can go and see. So we know, and we work each and every year on the red, turning those to green, and we know some of those that are yellow are going to turn to red, and we want to turn those to green. So it's a continual movement. Obviously, our brand new subdivisions with concrete streets are going to be green, and hopefully they stay green for quite a while. So I wanted to camp out for just a second on that, Eric. I apologize for interrupting.
No, thank you, sir. So if we distill the results a bit, you'll see that approximately 65% of our roadways did receive a rating of good and above, with the balance of those scores at fair or below. And I'll call your attention to the reference of the term overall backlog up in the right-hand side of the screen there. And this is a percentage of the network that received a score of poor or very poor, and is recommended, it will be recommended shortly for a focused attempt at restoration. And although our main target for this discussion is asphalt, we want to offer a graphic to illustrate the comparison of our pavement condition for concrete compared to asphalt. Overall, our concrete infrastructure, indicated in blue, received an average PCI score of 76, while our asphalt streets in red received an average score of 59 for that total network. This chart indicates what percentage of the roadways received a rating of excellent to very poor, with excellent on the right side of your screen and very poor on the left. So where are those lowest scoring roads, and what do we intend to do about them? This image captures all asphalt roads that received a PCI score fair and below. As you will see, a majority of the roads are residential streets, major collectors, and secondary thoroughfares. There are 50 centerline miles that need some level of repair and restoration. Now then, how do we conduct those repairs and improve the condition of our roads within the community? Engineering and Public Works leverages a threefold chord approach to street maintenance. These chords or methods can be summarized as in-house maintenance activities, ranging from pothole patching to crack seal, to division-led contracted street reconstruction activities. The next method is partnerships with partners such as our interlocal paving through Missouri County, as well as PEDC, which we'll touch on some of those projects momentarily. And last but not least, through our capital projects team and the completion of projects within our 5-year CIP program. As mentioned, in-house maintenance is our first line of defense. This chart provides a snapshot of growth from 2006 to present. Orange columns indicate miles of streets within our inventory, which have grown by 70% since 2006. The gray columns indicate sidewalk infrastructure, which have also increased by 70% since that same time. And lastly, the blue columns indicate staffing level for our streets division. This team has 9 budgeted team members, and that team has remained static since 2006. This 9-member team is responsible for managing all of that transportation infrastructure. It's comprised of 1 supervisor who leads the day-to-day activities, 3 members assigned to managing the 600+ miles of sidewalks, and 5 team members assigned to managing the 980 lane miles of roadway. I'll add that last year, City Council supported the development of our new program-based approach to drainage maintenance. Prior to this service expansion, the streets and drainage team operated as a combined crew, addressing both drainage and street-related issues as they arose and as priorities dictated. Since implementation of that drainage program, we've ceased the hybrid approach and the melding of staff, and it's the intent of EPW to further develop and expand the street program to mirror the successes of the new drainage program. We shared the image earlier of our asphalt streets that scored lower on the condition scale. And before we speak about ongoing planned work, we offer this view of the overall asphalt network. The intent here is to illustrate that while we do have several areas that will benefit greatly from continued maintenance, there are several asphalt roadways that are in good to very good condition within the community. In fact, approximately 50% received a condition score of good or above. Last fall, Brazoria County started full-depth reclamation and asphalt overlay via the 23 interlocal paving plan. That plan includes restoration to Garden, Hawk, Hill House, Walnut, and Fight, as you mentioned earlier, sir. I'm happy to report that Brazoria County completed the work on Garden earlier in November, wrapped up paving on Hawk and Hill House just last week, and have started to mobilize to Walnut between Broadway and Old Alvin. Once Walnut is complete, the team will then advance to Fight for
Eric,
the rest.
I never saw two bigger pieces of equipment. I've never been more happy to see two big pieces of equipment right over there by Walnut than I did last week when I saw that.
That's why we had to offer our appreciation, sir. They definitely helped champion quite a bit of this work, and we couldn't do it without them. So the county will then, as soon as Walnut is complete, head to Fight Road. We touched on this just a little bit ago, Mayor, but there are some areas that do require attention soon, and staff are sensitive to that and have that work plan already teed up and ready to go with the county. In addition to the 23 plan, an FY24 work plan has been routed to Brazoria County for consideration. As you indicated, one caveat to that plan is now an intent to modify the interlocal agreement to remove full depth reclamation services. If reduced, the interlocal paving would focus again on overlay only, and that'd be residential streets in most cases. But due to the current condition of our proposed roads, which do have base failure and do require more substantial restoration efforts, these roads in the 24 plan as presented may become candidates for contractual repair or leveraging any additional budget dollars that might become available. And I should add that we would do that contractually again. Continuing with partnerships, PEDC has a list of roadways that they intend to fund improvements to over the next 5 years. Those roads currently include portions of Knapp, Alice, Shank, Industrial, Lockheed, and Douglas. So we look forward to that in the future. And then expanding on the successes of staff-led construction contracts, staff have identified several areas on the eastern portion of town that are in need of restoration. These roads were selected based on staff knowledge, work order history, and condition. And staff are currently finalizing cost estimates with an asphalt repair vendor who provides cooperative purchasing opportunity. And the planned work is budgeted for, and it's anticipated that a proposed contract could be presented to council as early as April for what you see here. For the last method, we rely on a robust capital improvement program. This image captures the location of both streets and drainage projects, as indicated earlier in the capital plan. We include the drainage projects as these areas such as West Lee and Longwood include street reconstruction as part of the project following heavy drainage activities. And this approach not only aids in timely road restoration, but also helps reduce interruptions to residents when confronted with non-concurrent projects in their subdivision. Additionally, you'll note that we have included Broadway, which is a TxDOT road. And although the city is not managing this construction, this project will provide major improvements to our mobility. So we're excited about that. As a quick highlight on team accomplishment, each of these roadways have been improved since 2020. And the future paving project, so to put a plan or a timeline on our construction intent and perspective on the future work, this table indicates each of the projects that were illustrated on the previous maps and their estimated construction timing, which range from FY24 to FY28. FY24 is forecasted to have just under 12 miles of pavement improvement, and FY25's current plan includes approximately 16 miles of improvement. While in total, between now and FY28, we anticipate to have either 40 miles of work completed or in progress. So as we begin to close out, we'd like to touch briefly on the financial component. Per the previous pavement survey, it was determined that $4 million were needed to be infused into the pavement network annually to maintain the PCI of 75 at that time. Due to competing priorities, this target budget was not funded, with $1.5 million being the largest annual investment in the past 4 years. And based on our current PCI data, Infrastructure Management Services estimates that just over $4.5 million should be invested annually for the next 5 years to maintain our current PCI of 73. So if budget dollars vary, we should anticipate impacts in our PCI in years to come. Current estimates are $15 million annually would get us to a PCI of 80 in the next 5 years, while trending at the the 1 million to the 1.1 million, we would forecast to see that PCI deteriorate to a 69 in the next 5 years. With that, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Epperson, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Just to kind of close out the last couple of slides, we wanted to talk about future budget options that could be potentially looked at to add to our asphalt program. So in the 2019 bond program, we had multiple road reconstruction projects in that for neighborhood road reconstructions, as well as the Bailey project. And so with all of those projects under contract and construction today, we've got about $1.2 million remaining there. Since we do have and I think we have one more neighborhood one to bid out. So while we do have a little bit of money there, making sure we don't have any issues on the Bailey project and getting that last road project bid out could make that number change a little bit. And then in the 2023 bond program, with the funds that were made available from Harris County, there's about $4.8 million in there potentially. Again, since we haven't gotten to construction on Hughes Road, that number could move some as well. Both the 2019 and 2023 bond program, the bond language itself, while I believe the 19 did speak specifically to some of the projects, it said those were the priorities, but the proceeds could be used for any road improvement type projects. And then the 2023 had similar language indicating that those dollars could be used for any road improvements. Of course, we always have the option to look at certificates of obligation if that's an option that council wants to look at. And then, as was indicated, we really have, every year, annually, we have an operational need much higher than we've funded every year for many, many years. And so, as we've, gone through budgets every year, we, it's what are our competing priorities? And, in the past years, we've had other competing priorities where we allocated our funds. And so, if this is a priority moving forward, we can, look at a multi-year program to try to get that $1 million we're allocating to our infrastructure fund annually, trying to get that up to that recommended $4 million. And so, of course, that would, be general fund dollars that we would allocate annually. But that's the other option as well. Next slide. So kind of next steps is we're just looking for input tonight on the funding options. We also have opportunities to discuss further at the retreat that's coming up. We do have a CIP update on transportation projects coming March 25th. And then, of course, we can work anything into the FY25 budget coming out of these things if we're not going to avail ourselves to some of those currently existing options. And then, what we wanted to present tonight is, you saw from Mr. Hammond's presentation, kind of where we are and what's in the works. And if there is a desire to inject some additional funds into the program, then we would come back on the 25th CIP update meeting and present a multi-year plan for how to spend those additional dollars. One of the things that was mentioned is when we stood up the drainage fund and we fully funded what we projected that we needed to maintain our ditches and our enclosed systems. We added people, we added equipment, and we added dollars to those budgets. And when we did that, we dedicated all those drainage people specifically to that program. And as Eric mentioned previously, we would be able to shift those people between streets and drainage. So it's with that, one of the unintended consequences is our internal capabilities on roads are very, very limited right now based on the number of folks we have. So that's one of the things we'll see on the 25th is kind of a much longer term options for what do we stand up in-house and what do we contract out, and what are the personnel needs and potentially equipment needs to move forward with a more robust program if we choose to inject a significant amount of money into the program. And I say all that just to indicate, just to make sure everyone's aware when we do, just like when we do any capital improvement or any other kind of major project, it's not just putting more money in the asphalt program, but we've got to have people to manage that program. We've got to have people to manage those contracts. And if we do more in-house, we got to have people to actually do that work. So we'll cover all those things, in-house versus contracted, and everything else in more detail on the 25th. And so I do want to point out, for the public as well, is that as the mayor indicated, we don't monitor Facebook for where the potholes are in City of Pearland. So we do have multiple ways to get that information from the public and get it directly into the hands of our public works teams, so that it goes right into their work order system and generates a work order. So we go do that work, and it can be submitted, through our website. We've got a portal there to submit them. We've got an app called the Connect 2, the number 2 Pearland app, and you can submit work requests through that. And then you can also call in directly to our Public Works team, which that work order number is 281-652-1900. So when we get those and we get them directly into our work order system, then we go out and do that work. So the quickest way to get things addressed are through those mechanisms, so we do know where that work is. So Mayor, with that, we'll hand it back to council for any input or questions and discussion. But I think the main thing tonight is, do we want to consider any of these additional funding sources, or do we consider ones outside of that? And then based on where we're going with that, we can bring back a program of how to tackle this long term.
Yeah, I think, and again, I think from my comments leading off is we need consensus from council on some funding strategies. I think it's also important that we have some immediacy to some of this, but then this isn't, we're not going to fix everything in 1 year. We're not going to fix everything in 2 years. That's not going to be the case. But what's the immediacy, and then what's the expectation of that immediacy, and then where are we looking in 25 and then in 26 as we build a program to get better at this? And so I think that's ultimately where we need to lead. But Eric, I have a quick question. If we go outside, I think the most immediate is we would have to go outside to a vendor and help with this. But for example, if we put a program together like the roads we had for the county, I'll just use those because it's teed up, right? Plus or minus 4 miles, 3.8, 4, something like that. And those were complete rebuilds and overlay. If we went outside and did that, I mean, how quickly can that be on the street? Because we have to bid it, and that's the other thing. It's not like we can just go and grab a vendor and go do this. We got to put a program. We got to put that together. We have to go through the proper bidding. And I know there's buy board and there's a few other things that may be out there, but what's a realistic time frame that we could even put that on the street?
So I'll jump in real quick. So we do have options like Eric mentioned earlier. There are existing standing contracts through like cooperatives like the buy board where the unit prices are all bid, and we can use that to do major roads, or we can do that to do more spot repairs or emergency repairs. That is an option. We did talking earlier, we would potentially look at the number of roads and the size of things, and if it makes sense, package some of those up and bid them out separately. Just our individual bids or bid those ourselves. just to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck. But I'll let Eric maybe chime in on how long it would take to put the package together and actually bid that out and get an award and get under construction.
Appreciate the opportunity. I would anticipate somewhere between 8 and 10 weeks by the time we got a package put together, got it out on the street, received the information, reviewed the information, and then submitted the agenda item for review and consideration.
So that's a component that we need to make sure that if the public is doing something at their house, they can go hire a contractor tomorrow. We have public bid laws that we have to go through, so we make sure that we're doing this the right way. And so Ms. Kay just asked a question, does it have to be asphalt? We can convert these to concrete. We can. But the cost to convert to concrete all of these roadways that we're talking about is an astronomical cost, hundreds of millions of dollars.
And there was a significant number of the projects we saw on that list of the 5-year CIP that are conversion from asphalt to concrete. So Smith Ranch Road,
right.
Those type of projects were also Makawa. We're shown in there as included in there from a standpoint of once we do those capital projects, we're not going to have the asphalt road to maintain anymore, and we'll have a concrete street to maintain that'll last much longer. How much longer is a concrete street going to last? So I'll talk generically, and then somebody in engineering or Public Works can correct me if I get anything wrong. Typically, if you have a good subgrade and base for an asphalt roadway, you're going to have to come back probably every 7 years or so and mill off the riding surface and put a new riding surface down, and you can probably do that 3+ times before you have to go in and rebuild everything. That's assuming a good base. Most of our asphalt roads that are heavily traveled, the base is failing on all those. So there's significant work to do there. It's also impacted by, do you have roadside ditches? Because as the earth moves through drought and rains and things like that, when you have roadside ditches, that's impacted there. Your concrete street, you can expect 40, 50 years of life out of that if built properly. You do have to maintain those also. You still have to make sure your joints are sealed and any cracks are sealed and things like that to ensure that you're preventing, rain and water from infiltrating your subgrade, which is that's how roads fall apart, is when you get rain into the subgrade, into the base material, and that's what causes the issues. That's why you do the joint and crack sealing, to maintain and extend the life.
Which is what you're seeing now. So to convert, and I think long term, super long term, yes, there's the opportunity to convert some of these, especially when we need to expand them from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. It's natural to go through that, but we'll have to go through the TIP process at HGAC, the Transportation Policy Council, go get 80-20 matching and those types of things. That just takes a while to do it. We can, if we ever get the sub base where we're good with the sub base, that's the issue with our roads. It's not the asphalt itself, it's the sub base that's actually failing underneath. And let's face it, I don't know how many broken water lines we had. I don't know how many broken water lines we had this summer, but I know in 11 we had like 750. We probably approached that number this year. So imagine, why did they break? It's a moving soil underneath. Mr. Getz and his company, it's a great opportunity to. Is that something that we want to do a demonstration project and see how that goes along? We need to be outside the box. We need to be inside the box. We need to be all about how we do this, so we could get a good bang for our buck. And if we can find something that is less maintenance cost long term, that is where our city is headed. That is where our city is headed. As we've been having massive growth, not only the growth pains from that, but we had cash. That gave us cash into our coffers to be able to do a lot. As our growth rate is slowing, it's a maintenance-driven city. And so we've got to convert this and be smart and be wise about how we do maintenance. It's what I've been saying for the last 3 years. How we do maintenance is going to be very, very important, how we do this. And in neighborhoods like the one you live in and others, they're going to require complete redos of those streets. So that's not going to be something that's going to be handled in an everyday budget. That's going to be a bonding, that's going to be a bond program. And I would imagine in every bond program from now on, Trent, we're going to have local neighborhoods where we're redoing that infrastructure. It's
Right.
painful in the process, but when we get through with it, those older neighborhoods like Willowcrest is just completing up, you know, that they've got brand new infrastructure, streets, water, sewer, drainage on 50-year-old, you know, for 50-year-old houses. That's a boost to that. Somebody buying in there is going to know they've got a long-term great place to be because the infrastructure, the bones there are solid. And the reason you've got decaying cities in other parts of the nation is they never reinvested back into their infrastructure. We need to learn from that, and that's what this is all about. So at the end of the day, I'll just say, and we need to get input from our council, is I don't necessarily think debt's the right way to be here, but it's the quickest way that we can make an impact as we put a longer-term plan together. There's no hidden cash just sitting to go and do long-term or short-term. So we've got to develop a short-term plan, a medium-term plan, what happens over the next couple of years, and then a long-term plan and how we fund it. And obviously, we can talk about this on the 24th with our retreat, and then we'll get into it with budget all year. So with that, I'll throw it open to you guys.
Mayor, a couple of other things. Just if we were to use bond funds, you know, typically on a concrete road, we're doing 20-year bonds. If we were to inject that into this program, we'd look at shorter term, probably 10 years. And then just one more maybe comment on the conversion from asphalt to concrete. You know, we typically do that on our collector streets, major collectors up through our thoroughfares, especially for widening those because you want to get the storm sewer underground and if you get, and I just want to caution on, and when we get into neighborhoods, typically you do not convert the drainage the drainage system that was originally put in a neighborhood. If it's open ditch asphalt, we're typically going to stay with that. A lot of times depth of outfall and things like that make it very, very difficult to convert those, and extremely expensive as well. When often the volume of traffic on those roads are going to be intact and just fine being asphalt roads for the long term as well. So, typically a conversion from asphalt to concrete is going to be on your collector and major collector and up classification.
Open it up. Mr. Carbone?
Thank you. Would you go back to a slide? I believe it was 17. Yeah, so the 40 miles outlined there, that's inclusive of the 50-mile total from a few slides prior? One of the PCI slides, I think it was the asphalt.
Yes, sir. I wanted to just confirm one thing. The 50.4 miles that you're referring to there, that was the total of our fair, marginal, poor, very poor conditions. Most of the roads that are within that next 4-year plan are what you're seeing here. There are some outliers that were identified for other purposes as well, but a lot of those will be addressed from that 4-year work plan.
Okay. And so from a funding mechanism, I mean, that's kind of our marching orders, right? Back the first 40 that we've got sketched out through 2028. So the question will be, can we find the additional funding to move the timeline of those shorter?
Right.
And I guess that's what I wanted to make sure. I know we talked a lot about Facebook and everything. I want to make sure that
data driven.
Yeah, it's data driven,
right.
And it has been. So the question is, can we accelerate that? That's all I had at the moment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
To kind of piggyback along that, could we identify what streets in here that we could do with the EDC 20%?
So I think that some of
the ones that are marked EDC?
Yes.
Yeah, so we do have, I believe, the EDCs.
On on slide 17, it had, that's what I was wondering
Yeah.
when I started looking at, because I assumed BC stood for Missouri County. If we go back to slide
Right, so
17.
go to 17.
Right.
So
Yes, sir. Member Koza, you're correct. BC is Missouri County. PEDC is identified here, and it's also the same roads that were captured in the mapping image.
Okay. So that's what I want to look at there. Then also with Mr. Getz's product, is there any way that we could have staff look at roads in this project that we could sample it? I mean, I know I don't know where Glenda is on Knapp, but I know Knapp is highly traveled. If it's over on the industrial side, I know we have a lot of heavy truck usage. He made comment this evening in regards to a mining road. I think there's also, if I remember correctly, a road when I was talking with Commissioner Adams that's in the New Braunfels area. Is that correct, Mr. Getz? That his product's been used on. I know over on Plum Street, granted it's Missouri County, but I think Commissioner Adams would probably be up to looking at that road. We have a lot of bus traffic up and down that road right now, and I've got people calling me telling me that the buses, we're going to have one tip over on that road any day now. And I'm sure it's because when you drive behind or ride behind a bus, the lean when that bus goes down Plum has a pretty substantial lean with the off-fall on the road there. So with Mr. Getz, I think it would be a good idea. I don't know if we have consensus on here, but if we do, I'd like to hear it. If he's saying 20-25% of road maintenance, we'd be able to extend our money, come up with a better way to spend it, and get a chance to take a look at it and see if it works. And if it does, we might be surprised to be able to have less of this in the future. So I don't know what my fellow colleagues feel about it, but
So I think, we want to see if we can get with Mr. Getz and see if there's, or see what they have for an existing inventory of roads, so we can talk to some folks that have used that method before, and then maybe there's an opportunity to do a pilot type program to take a look at it.
right. And what I was looking at
go
is
from there.
if there's appetite here on council to do that. So, I'd like to hear from.
Well,
I'd be interested in
I think I'd want our engineers to take a look at the road building
fine.
process and give a recommendation on whether we do that or not.
I understand that, but normally it takes us to lead that direction to do it. So that's what I'm looking for, and that's what I would like to hear from my fellow council members.
I would be in favor of looking at that, but I do have a question. If you can go back to the slide for the funding. So, well, no, for the bond, I apologize. I think it was 1.9 and then 4 million for 2019 bond and 20.
1, 2, and 4.
Near the end
Yeah,
there.
there you go. Okay. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. The 19 bond, 1.2 million, that bond has already been sold. Is that correct?
No, so we sell the amount of bonds based on the actual project cost. So that is the amount of bond capacity in the 2019 program that we have not utilized.
So unexpended funds, basically. Okay.
Correct. So I've got the information right here. So in the 2019 program, we had $34.8 million as part of the road proposition. And so there's about 1.2 million of that 34.8 that we have not sold those bonds. So we have the capacity to sell those bonds to put into a road program if we chose.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sorry.
Bill?
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. So I do echo Member Koza's, just to look at it, Trent, and I understand what you're saying. You guys want to have a discussion, but since we're just trying to figure out where city
We're
council-
committed to looking at it, so we will.
Yeah, and that's fine. Certainly, and the other thing, I guess, when I looked at the map real quickly, can you go back to the map where it shows the green lines of or areas of improvement? Keep going. Sorry. where it shows 90 some miles or 50 miles, 50 point. Was it Riley Road that you guys had listed as one of the roads that needed to be fixed? I thought I saw Riley being, the orange one right there on the corner, top left corner. Which road is that? Above Shadow Creek Parkway?
I think that's right.
Oh, Hooper, sir?
Hooper.
Okay. Is that listed as the PDC funding?
No, sir, it's not currently in their proposed plan for the next 5 years.
But that could be justified to be put in their plan, correct?
So I think, obviously, out in the lower Kirby area, a lot of these projects are being looked at in conjunction with potential development.
Okay.
But until those kind of things occur, we hadn't put them in the PDC's plan. So, but those things are. Is Matt still here? Matt's not here. I do know that those things are being looked at based on current development, potential developments that are occurring out in Lower Kirby. So I would expect those as they move forward they're either going to be EDC or they're going to be management district projects. This is just identifying them as on our survey in the fair, marginal, or very poor category.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Ms. Cade?
Hi, Eric. Can you go forward? There was one slide that had like 1 mile or 1.2 mile. Let me see. I'll tell you when. Wait, is that it? No.
It was one of them right here,
Coming up.
right there.
No, that's not it either. That's it. What is that one?
Member Cade, this is the team's identified project to manage via contractual services this year. We have budget dollars to ramp up a maintenance contract to replace these roads. Let me pull up the exact list of street names.
It's it's back in Sleepy Hollow and Crane.
Hammond Taylor.
Ham Taylor to McGinnis, correct. Yep, Creek Ridge as well.
Washington.
So that's out of our general fund, infrastructure fund dollars that we allocate each year. And that would be contracted out with Public Works managing that.
I like these slides, Eric. Thank you.
Well, it puts it in context, which helps. And making sure that we're using the dollars where it needs to be used on the worst roads first. I think that's what we've always said. It's not our pet projects or where we live or where our friends live. It's where it's necessary. We want to remove as much red as possible as fast as we can. So I guess, Eric, on this particular slide, the 1-4, what's the time frame on that? And again, this all goes back to people to manage and
Sure.
whole thing.
So Mayor Cole, we're shooting for an April recommendation to council.
Okay.
We believe that based on the cooperative pricing that we've been looking at and received, that we think we can pull a contract together and present it to you as soon as April.
That's good. What's the time frame on completing those?
Approximately 2 months, sir.
2 months. Okay. Good. And that's being done, as Trent just mentioned, that's being done out of the general fund dollars through the budget, contracted out. Okay. Which is good. We can get that. Do you feel like you've got some consensus on how, what, and where, Trent, on using dollars? Come back in March, or do we need to talk a little bit more about that?
So I don't know that I've heard that there's a desire to. So we've kind of got those two bond program. We've got a little bit of capacity in each of those. So I guess the question is, do we look at using those, or do we want to look at a different source, or do we look at making a priority in this next fiscal year's budget to put additional funds into that infrastructure fund, or all of it?
All of the above. Yeah, but I guess that would be the bigger question is just because we throw dollars at it,
right?
We got to get staffing, and so I think the bigger question is, no matter where the dollars come from, how do we ramp up from where we are today to handle maybe 3 or 4 million a year?
Sure, and I think you know we were looking for some indication of how much we would like to ramp up in dollar wise, and then that can inform coming back on March 25th with a plan of how we best allocate those dollars. You know, through potentially a combination of standing up a crew and additional contracting out of the work, and just come back with that plan and potentially and also kind of a longer term plan.
Yeah, even
that we
if
see
we
needed.
said, even if we said, yeah, there's $6 million there, go do it. And I'm not suggesting that, but if we did, even with the other dollars that we have in the budget this year, I don't know if under current staffing they could deliver it. And so we've got to say, wait a minute, under current staffing with management and managing these contracts, we may not be able to do that, which is why, you know, realistically, what can we do in the calendar year 24? We're a month and a half into it, calendar year 24. The good news with all this, we're not having to go and spend a ton of engineering money. A couple engineers in the room, sorry about that. But we're not spending a bunch of engineering money to go do, so we can stand a project up and get it on the street much quicker than normal. So that's the balance I'm trying to look for, is how can we get out in front of some of this a little bit quicker and put that program together on the March 25th, and that's moving forward as we go through the budget process. To your point, do we want to allocate an additional 2, 2.5, 3? What do we need to get to as we ramp that up? At the same time, do we ramp up our own additional crew, or do we stay outside? I don't know. I think that's a debate that we need to know. But I look at it as what does, of that 1, 2, what does 2 or 3 do to us right now on top of what we already have planned? And if you have that and you can do that in 24, we know the short-term plan. 25th, we're going to know a better plan in 25 and then in 26. That's kind of how I look at it.
And I guess what I'm hearing, even if we say it's all outside, we still have to manage that project.
Right.
And so there's still that internal staffing piece.
We do, and we do have some capacity to manage some additional contracting at this point. We're looking at a little bit of a tweak in the structure to free up some time. That would likely have us coming back asking for, an additional spot maybe over in the drainage side. But we basically, several years ago, when we had a much smaller staff before we did the drainage, the drainage fund, we have basically all of the infrastructure within the right-of-way under our right-of-way group, which includes the mowing contracts, the streets and the drainage, everything except for the utilities, water and sewer. And with the added capacity and resources on the drainage fund side, that's really kind of stressed the capacity of our superintendent that's over all of that. So we're looking at, taking some of that, elevating a person to, or a position to be like a drainage superintendent, and then the person or our personnel over the rest of it has less responsibility over that. We until we come back with the next budget, we can do that temporarily, but at some point we got to add that position back in there to make sure we can manage all that long term. But that's kind of what we can do in the short term to help create a little bit of capacity to manage some additional street projects and street contracting.
Any other questions, comments? My thought would be, what can we manage this year as a short term? What is that? I think we can do that on the 25th of March. We can have a good plan to see what that is, and then as we go through budget and others, we'll know what 25 is going to look like in 26. Make some immediate impact. I think that's the way we grow ourselves out of this, and we get more resources into it and push these projects up. So appreciate y'all's time for that. Staff, Eric, your team, thank you. Thank you for what you do every day. Make sure you tell that crew it's noticed. People know that they're out here. Joe, for you and Josh, I think it's going to be real important as we come through this on the 25th and we start coming up with more concrete plans as to how we're going to roll this out. Really, our communication plan around it, where we communicate, how we communicate, making sure that we do. I mentioned this, even with some of the drainage projects that may be out there that again, I use Fight Road as an example because most all of Fight's going to have a drainage project associated with it. It does not make sense for us to go and mill and overlay that road. Spot repairs, yes, we need to do that and get it through. But when we go under construction for drainage, we're going to tear it up. And then we're going to fix it on the back end. I think that's where we use Everbridge. We go in and we put a circle around and we text all of those people that we know Fight is in the condition it's in. Maybe this is where, Eric and the spot crews can go out and we can even text, hey, we got crews out and we're doing spot repairs, but here's what the long-term plan is. We've got a drainage project associated with it. We're not going to put big dollars into that roadway until after. So I think we need to develop a good communication plan about how we do that. And quite frankly, in a lot of these places where we've got it going on, Plum, we hear from people along Plum. What's our plan for that? We can do a circle around that area, and we can hit Everbridge and let people know what we're doing. I think if we're doing that and we're getting into the neighborhoods, it'll be appreciated. Number one, we'll give good information. We need a place to direct them, whether that's the website or wherever, on more details. But we need to make sure that we're communicating that.
Yes, sir. Understood.
All right, we'll move on to our next item, council discussion regarding attendance for city board and commission meetings. I'll throw it to the Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to start off, kind of get a few Q&A from Vance, kind of to explain to us, how our planning and development department oversees what we do, and our property owners here. Just kind of a short version of what we do. When property owner comes before P&Z council for CUPs, any type fees that they're assessed and stuff like that, real quick.
Talking about just like the timing of how ZBA and P&Z or what they
of what
they see.
What is your role with property owners as far as what we do, how we regulate it? When somebody needs to come before a ZBA meeting, comes before a P&Z meeting, why?
Okay, got it. So, variety of projects come through community development. Could be anything from just subdividing land to sell off a piece, or perhaps it is raw land that's going to be developed. And then based off of the zoning for that property, zoning allows a variety of uses, pending maybe the zoning needs to be changed. Perhaps it's an existing piece of, we'll just say residential property that someone's proposing a commercial use on. Can be absolutely okay, but those types of changes are not designated to staff to make on our own discretion. They're required for the process, or they require the project to go before a public hearing process where the applicant would apply for, we're just going to use a zone change, I guess. Zone change process, they'd post a sign publicly, it'd get posted in the newspaper as well. They'd go before our Planning and Zoning Commission, which has to have, an appropriate number of folks there to vote on the issue as designated in our charter or ordinance. And then following that, it would come before this body for y'all to vote. And similarly, there has to be an appropriate quorum for y'all to vote appropriately as well.
Okay. And so with that, are there any fees associated with coming before a P&Z or ZBA meeting?
Yes, sir. So it can be, for platting, it's dependent on the lot size and the number of lots you're going to create. But typically for like CUPs, zone changes, variance requests, it's going to be somewhere between $1,000 to $1,500, and then plats can get more on number of lots, though.
Okay. So in addition to a property owner's actual money tied up in trying to sell a piece of property, develop a piece of property, whatever it is they're doing, they also have a component that the city imposes a fee on top of that as well.
Yes, sir. So to compensate for staff's time to coordinate the process.
Okay. So with all that being said, which I understand we're trying to offset the cost with those fees and whatnot. The flip side, when we have a property owner, and I know of 2 instances, one ZBA, one PNZ. The PNZ happened about 2 weeks ago now, where we stood up the property owner for lack of quorum on a PNZ joint council meeting. To me, I feel that when that happens, we fall short. And as far as the boards and commissions, these 2, ZBA and PNZ, are kind of more of our important type stuff where it has direct impact, both from a time aspect and a money aspect, and a fee aspect. So with all that being said, it's one of those deals that I know with Member Barry here, we initiated a customer service, the concierge, whatever you want to call it, as far as a customer service, customer friendly kind of situation. And when we fall short in this type stuff, it's one of those deals. I don't want to be draconian in anything, but when we look at attendance and stuff like that, I'm a regular at PNZ meeting, as you well know. And probably over the last 3 or 4 months, it's been razor thin on the attendance, and not just picking on PNZ, because I know we have the chairman here. It's just one of those deals that I attend because their stuff comes to us and I get a little more information instead of just executive summary when it comes to us. So I get that information a little cleaner, a little clearer. And when we drop the ball, to me, it's just a bad mark on the city. Not necessarily on the committee, not on the people on the committee. They're volunteers. And so, I understand life happens. But over a long haul, when I say a long haul, the last 4 to 5 months, it's been pretty razor thin on attendance. And so when we get there, to me, it's one of those deals that we need to look at it, and I don't know what the right way, what the wrong way to be able to try and help and get it to where we have the attendance a little better, whether it's you and the chairman, visit and say, hey, if somebody's life has changed, is it better for them to step down, come back, when their life has come back to where they have time to do it? Because I appreciate their time that they spend, but when we come in and we're marching right along a quorum problem almost every meeting, it's going to happen. And so that's what I brought it up. Mona seconded it. It just happened to be when we were sitting there in the lunchroom 2 weeks ago. We were sitting there talking, and she started kind of giving insight into her many boards and commissions that she's involved with. And she kind of shared some stuff, and I said, I don't know what's right, what's wrong in doing it, but I kind of wanted to bring it up to everyone here to say, what can we do to help to make it better? And that's what I'm looking for, just to throw out at the council and see what we come up with.
Ms. Chavarria, since you seconded it.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I do agree with Councilmember Koza. I would like to ask staff, though, and maybe our chair, to take a look at the current policy, attendance policy, because technically I can miss 12 meetings, and if I'm excused, I'm still on that board. So I do think that we need to be respectful of our landowners, their time, as well as your time and council's time. So I do appreciate their volunteerism. However, I think that perhaps we need to revisit the policy for absenteeism. Thank you.
Ms. Cade?
I was on planning and zoning before council for 4 years, and there is an attendance policy for planning and zoning. And it's up to the members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. After 3 consecutive absences, if it's determined that they aren't excused absences, it's up to the Planning and Zoning Commission to vacate that seat and then notify council that it's been vacated and that they need a replacement. If after 3 absences, if they think that it wasn't, you know, I mean, you're going to excuse 1 or 2, of course, but I mean, we've had a couple of members that have been absent way more than that. Without valid excuse, 3 consecutive meetings, it's up to the commission to vacate that seat and let council know.
Well, if I would like to add, but I don't think it reads that way.
It's exactly, I just read
I'm
it.
looking at it, but you can be excused more than 3 consecutive meetings. If they excuse you, you can still serve.
That's what I said, but
Yeah.
without valid excuse, I mean,
Well, and I think the key is valid excuse. And I think that's part of this whole thing. It's not just going and doing, but it's having legitimate.
that's what I said. After a couple, I mean, a couple you're going to excuse, but after like 10,
Yeah.
you're going to start saying, okay.
Well, yeah.
I mean, procedurally, when Councilman Hernandez gets back the next meeting, you look on the consent agenda and we're going to excuse his absence. Right. And I think that's the same thing that happens with P&Z. So as it currently stands, somebody's got to pull it and say, hey, you know, this is your 6th absence. And I mean, so you're asking their peers to pull it. And I think we just need to be clear and either change the policy or give them clear direction.
I think it's expectation.
Yeah.
And so I think at the end of the day, every single one of these boards and commission members serve at the pleasure of this council. We put them on there, we can take them off. I'm not saying we go through and do mass firing. It's not where I'm at. But at the end of the day, we have to set that expectation level. Now, we ask the questions, especially the 2 or 3 board members, boards that we actually get to interview people in exec session. They're a little more than just advisory. Attendance is discussed in every single one of those. And I think sometimes things change people's lives. It's okay. And that's okay. You know, things change and they can move off that board for a season. If things change back to the better where they can be there and participate, then they can come back, especially if they were good, faithful, you know, members and they were there all the time. I mean, come back. And so at the end of the day, we have to set that expectation level. Now, I don't know the language that's there. I know there's some language in the charter on planning and zoning. I don't know if the attendance is in the charter or if it's in a policy. Darren, can you tell me? I know the planning and zoning specifically called out in the charter. Not every board and commission is.
I believe that policy is in their adopted bylaws. I don't believe that's in the city charter.
Okay, I just want to make sure because if it's a charter change that we have to go, that's a whole different route.
Mayor, it is in the charter and it's in the P&Z rules.
Okay.
So both of them have a section about that.
Okay. Well, that's an audit. So what ends up happening is somebody misses 2, then they're there, then they miss 2, then they're there, they miss 2, then they're there. They're skirting under the rules, and there's legitimate reasons for missing. There's legitimate things that come up. Either they're committed. I mean, you each one of you went through a process to get here, and you're here. And so I think it's important that our boards and commissions, we have an attendance policy that we can non-excuse. We need to challenge chairmen. We need to challenge some of those members of those boards and commissions that maybe we need to challenge some of the automatically excusing of absences.
I would say what's good for them is good for us.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I believe we had one that we did not excuse here a few months ago because there wasn't a valid excuse. At the same time, staff and others, if we have a member of a board or commission that we know and they come to us and they say, hey, my job's going to take me out for the next 3 months, maybe we need to have that conversation. That, hey, why? Because that's going to put one of these boards and commissions down and potentially causing business to have a problem. And so maybe we need to have that conversation with those members and say, maybe you need to step aside, you know, until this is done in your life or whatever. Could be work. It's legitimate reasons. Not saying that they're, that they're not, but they need to be put, where we aren't hindered tonight. Planning and zoning, we had 4 members here, for our meeting, and in quorum, on a pretty important development. So, we need to make sure that we're setting that tone. But I think it comes back to us. We'll have an exec session here in a minute where we're talking about some ZBA folks, and we can set that tone. So, anyway, we'll see.
But on ZBA, it allows for 4 alternates. Is there some way you could? I thought it said that.
They have alternates.
They have alternates.
Right.
Planning
But
and
I
zoning.
wondered. That's what I
Planning and
was
zoning
wondering.
is set by law.
There's no alternate.
There's no alternate.
But if someone came to us and said, "I'm going to be out of town for work for 4 months," if they said that and they could leave on good standing and then come back, that would make more sense than.
It would.
Yes.
And again, if somebody's not missed meetings, then their work, that through no fault of their own, their work. I mean, I get that, but that action hurts the work that we've got going on up here. And I think that's where we have to be. Those are hard conversations to have, but we have to have them for the betterment of our processes up here. Last call for questions. Good comments.
Sorry, so this was just a discussion point. Is that what you wanted to do, Member Koza?
Yeah, just basically see if we had anything to be able to move, to be able to say, hey, how can we help? How can we guide the situation to where, just like Mayor said, tonight we had 4.
Okay.
I can tell you the bulk of the meetings I've been to, we've had 4, maybe 5.
Oh, I agree.
There's 7 members on P&Z. So, you're constantly having 3 folks missing.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Yeah, and I agree with Member Carbone. I've never been to a meeting that is, maybe one, that we dismissed or did not, excuse the absence. But I agree. I think it's kind of sad on our part if we don't do anything today. I think if we accept that behavior, then we're all.
Yep. Becomes accepted behavior, and I think so. Maybe coming out of this, maybe we need to review the boards and commission, the policy and bylaws of each, and three was in the charter. We need to review those and see where that needs to go. Same thing for some of the others, not just planning and zoning, but ZBA, parks, the whole thing. Personally, we talked about this. What is the standard? Don't go below 75% attendance, 80%, 90%. What's the number? What's the right number? Because you've got some that, like a parks board, that meets once a month.
ZBA once a month.
ZBA once a month. So, if we say 75%, well, that's 3. That's 3 meetings through the year. That could easily happen. So,
and there it depends on how many times they meet. So could one be higher, one be lower?
And they could. And so I think we go through and we say on this one, and it goes back to when we re-up someone and here's their attendance, you really haven't, followed through with it. That gives us an indicator of whether or not we need to reappoint them or not.
Mayor, I'd just like to encourage everybody to keep in mind, obviously, these individuals, as y'all know, serve at your pleasure. And I think the critical element here that needs to be addressed is that we're going to need to have the chairs of those boards communicate with you as the mayor. And if there's an issue, or we're seeing through attendance reports, there's recurring patterns, then hopefully the chairs of those boards will communicate with that person to find out if there's an issue. Then communicate back to you. And then that way, if something needs to be, an exec session needs to be called to discuss those issues, then it can be addressed, and y'all can ask questions of the individual or whatever needs to occur.
Darren.
But I think that's the best way to do it, is increase communication.
When you say the mayor, wouldn't it also be good to have the director of that, so in this case, Vance, Parks,
Community development or Carrie.
Yeah,
No, I don't believe so. I think the staff should be removed from that. These are council appointments,
Okay.
And I believe it's the persons who work with those boards. Otherwise, you're injecting staff into that, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Personally, that's
I'm
just my
I'm
opinion.
just asking. I'm just kind of brainstorming here to see what's right or
That's
wrong.
fair. But I think it's good that we brought it up. It's something we talk about often. We've actually talked more about attendance in the last year than I could ever imagine. So it's becoming an issue. It's something we can work through and we can work around. But I think it's something that we need to highlight. And personally, I think we need to come up with what's an acceptable for that board or commission and attendance, not just excused and all that, but what's the overall attendance record? And that's something that they need to live up to. And then we can put it once, ultimately, I'm not saying we don't put anybody on a board, until we do this, but that's part of what we handle. Here's what the expectation is. And like I said, things happen, people get sick, all that kind of stuff. It happens at the last minute. You get jury duty on the day of a meeting, and you get picked. you're kind of stuck. I mean, but all the more while, if you're making meetings and something like that happens, that's life getting in the way, and you do it. But when it's habitual, that's when it's a problem.
If on, let's say it's P&Z, just for an example, if the chair hasn't heard from that person for 3 meetings, then it's not an excused absence. That
shouldn't be.
That is, yeah.
Shouldn't be.
So for 3 meetings
and we've had some of those issues on the EDC before. It's not just one. It's not just one group. It's several. Right.
No, I just also think that should be part, like expectations, like what the requirements will be as far as attending meetings on the application. This is your commitment. You cannot, 80% attendance. If you're not able to meet that, then they're terminated or removed from the board.
Right. I think we can follow up on this, work through on some of the bylaws. I know each one of them have a bylaw or a charter, if you will, to go by. And I think that's where we start this. But I think to that end, maybe it's the individual director, where the individual director can get into it, is what's acceptable for attendance record, 80%, 70%, 75%, whatever the number is.
Give us feedback.
And give us feedback on that, Trent. Maybe that's where we can start and get the directors' help, what they see. Because they see this month in and month out as well. Last call? Anything? All right. With that, we will move to executive session under Texas Government Code, Section 551.074, personnel matters regarding city boards and commission appointments, what we've been talking about, as well as Section 551.071, consultation with the city attorney regarding confidential legal advice related to contractual obligations. With that, we will move into exec session at 9:40. City Council has returned from executive session at 11:27. At this time, we're taking no action on boards and commissions. Yeah. At this time, we're taking no actions on new business item number 6 or 7. So with that, we will adjourn City Council meeting at 11:27.